Do we have Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Brown? Trustee Handy? Trustee Handy? Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein? Trustee Napoli Bella-Reese? And Trustee Bonilla is here.
Yes.
We'll wait for a few more. We'll go back to Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
Can you repeat that name, Madam Clerk?
Trustee Weinstein? And Trustee Napoli Bella-Reese.
They're both here.
They're both here? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Peralta Board of Trustees, June 23rd, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. I would like to go ahead and start out with a Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll have Trustee Withrow lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Is he here?
I'm here.
There he is.
Everybody stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, Trustee Withrow. Please be seated. Madam Vice President, can we have a report out from action taken in closed session?
Yes. At tonight's closed session, the board voted for the following closed session actions. At the June 9, 2020 meeting, the board voted to begin communications with the unions. Motion by Trustee Bonilla, seconded by Gonzalez-Yuen, 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you for that.
Madam President,
we'll
that concludes this closed session readout.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2.5. May I have an approval, a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been properly motioned and moved. Can we have a roll call, please? Oh, before we do roll call, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you tell me if we're moving any items on the agenda?
Madam President, I do not have anything in my notes on moving any items.
Okay. Were we going to move one of our items up on the agenda, or did we already do that?
Trustee Bonilla, is that in relationship to the OPEB resolution?
It's in relationship, well, let me let Madam Clerk.
Madam President,
Do you have a?
It's for item 10.2. That's an action item for the sheriff's contract. That actually will be moved up since we do have several speakers to that item.
And where are we positioning? We're repositioning item 10.2.
So we can address 10.2 after we hear public comment from that, for that item.
Okay, great. So we have 10.2, which is the AXO action item that we're moving to right after public comments or public communication. And this is because, again, the majority of the comments that we have are related to that particular item. And Chancellor?
Yes, Trustee Bonilla, you were wondering aloud if we should postpone the other two presentations.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chancellor. So in addition, items 4.1 and 4.2 will be tabled for our next board meeting.
Thank you. That's been noted.
And do I have a second? I have a motion to approve. I have a second with those changes, and we will go ahead and make roll call, seeing no other changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein. I'll come back to her. Trustee Napoli Abella-Reese.
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Weinstein, are you back? He's not. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2.6, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
It's been moved and a second by?
Second.
We have a second by VP Reese. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Abella-Reese.
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 2.7, Associated Student Government Reports. Are any of our students in the house tonight?
Is Spencer Staggers-Elmore?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, college presidents, and Chancellor Stanback Stroud. Hopefully you can hear me. I have one item to report. Oh, my name is Spencer Staggers-Elmore. I'm the exiting president for ASMC. I have one report for tonight's meeting. I wanted to address that the ASMC Council has expressed concerns after hearing that there are ideas of having a lack of sheriff presence on the Merritt campus. The council felt that given the location of the campus and where it's situated within the Oakland Hills, makes it less than ideal for the protection of the students and everyone else on the campus, who then would have to rely on non-stationed protection services or OPD. The sheriffs know our students and it would be a loss to the campus, is how a lot of the students from the council had felt, and I wanted to make that publicly known. And that concludes my report, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Spencer.
Are there any other students?
No, there are no other students. On to 2.8, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Spencer, for that report. We'll move to item 2.8, Classified Senate Report.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Stroud, presidents, and guests. This afternoon, we have one Classified Senate campus report. The report is from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The classified staff at Berkeley City College expressed their concerns with returning to work as the overall ability to keep staff safe. The inherent need to keep work environments safe when work requires constant human interaction is monumental. Classified staff are among the lowest paid in the district, and finding and funding adequate child care needs to be taken into consideration. Children of all ages need to be taken into consideration with the various methods in which child care no longer exists. Schools may be closed and or have staggered and reduced time at school, and the increased role parents now have with in-home instruction. Further, Staff with pre-existing conditions such as diabetes, asthma, pulmonary, and cardiovascular disease are particularly vulnerable to COVID-19. When classifieds are working from home, they need training that allows them to work from home adequately and allow them to advance the skills necessary for the new work environments at home and on campus. Finally, our maintenance workers are another front line. Will they be responsible for sanitizing work in high traffic areas ongoing? Precautions for their health and safety must be a priority. And how can we ensure that the campuses will be clean enough to allow constant traffic in bathrooms and elevators, which are a particular concern? These issues and more are the focus of the Classified Senate. On a personal note, I like to say that as the states have begun opening up in stages, there's been a corresponding increase in COVID-19 infection rates. With over 122,000 U.S. deaths, workers are understandably concerned about returning to work. Over the past 2 weeks, Alameda County has recorded 931 new cases, failing one of the governor's performance metrics. In that time, it has reported 17 deaths. We know that it's important for our district's financial health to begin opening, but during this process, we ask that you not forget about your classified professionals. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your attention and support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. We will now move to item 2.9, District Academic Senate Report.
Good afternoon. President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Stanback-Stroud, presidents, and members of our audience. I'd like to take this opportunity to do some thank yous as we end this academic year, June 30. And I'd like to extend my thanks to both President Tamil and Gilkerson and Tim Kress. Both of them have been exceptional presidents who have really engaged and interacted with the academic senates, and we're very, very thankful for their leadership. I wanted to particularly note when we all had to come together in our shared governance processes and work on the 5-year plan. It was very, very welcoming and engaging as we interacted with everybody, and in particular, the kinds of communication that the presidents were providing and engaging all of us. I thought it was probably one of the better times of the kind of collaboration that we enjoy. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing all the wonderful things from my colleagues at your respective schools that you'll be going to. And I'm again disappointed, obviously, that you guys are leaving us, because you've been a joy for us as we engage with you. So I wanted to extend my thanks to both of you. I hope that the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees are at least apprehensive, if not concerned, as we continue to lose administrators. Both FCMAT and ACCJCs has noted that. And it raises up concerns about experience with Peralta, because now we have most administrators who haven't been administrators here for much more than probably 2, maybe 3 years at most. And most haven't been here more than a year, excluding those who are leaving, of course. And so that raises up concerns. And it's the interaction that counts the most in terms of the presidents with their classified, with their faculty, and with their students. So I hope that in the future, as we bring in new presidents, that we're going to be able to keep that stability that we're all concerned about as we make the kinds of changes we need to here. I also wanted to extend my thanks to the Board of Trustees. I probably don't do this enough, but I wanted to make sure that to acknowledge that the resolutions on anti-racism, anti-Blackness, and all of the things that were in your resolution from your last board meeting was well thought of and also important to deliver at that particular moment. And I also want to appreciate President Bonilla's comment that came out in regards to the concern about any kind of racial kinds of activity that go on in Peralta. I think it was very timely and important for the president of the Board of Trustees to make those comments. While that is being investigated, we're all concerned because we've seen it on every single social media that's out there. And I think that for the most part, we have faculty here who I would say are more anti-racist and try to do the right things and are allies to the various groups. And we welcome all of the students from all the 70 some odd languages that we have here at our colleges. So I'd like to, again, thank the board. I think the chancellor also needs to be extended thanks because I think all of her more recent presentation or webinars today on the security issue and then on previous ones around racism and so on, I think has been very, very refreshing. So I hope those things could be continued. And finally, just that as we work towards trying to address the issues of our budget as the state governor and the legislature have come together and have seemed to have agreements on, breathing a little bit better now, because I think if it works out, it's not going to be as bad as we envision. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that depending upon the taxes that come in will really impact and see how this year or even next year's budget will be. So I guess I'm doing that with a bit of caution. This August, right before school starts, our District Academic Senate will be hosting a plenary for Peralta faculty. And so as we go along, I'd like to invite all of you to participate in it. So once again, thank you, and look forward to working with the new college presidents as we get the interims and we get the finally get the permanent presidents. Thank you very much.
Mr. Moore, thank you for those comments. We're going to move into item 2.10, public communication. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. We have 104 speakers tonight. So just a preparatory comment. Given the criticality of this issue, we understand that this is a very, very important issue, and we emphatically, the board leadership, thanks you very much for taking the time to speak on this issue tonight. Your voice will be heard. Because we have so many speakers, over 100, we will reduce the amount of time for each speaker from 3 minutes to 1 minute. At 60 seconds, our board clerk will mute your microphone, but know we are listening and you will be heard. So let us start with the first three to get in the queue. It is Adriana Guzman Perez, Michelle Lemus, Kamali Jal.
good afternoon to all, and thank you for having me here. I would like to mention and to bring on that we do need the deputies on campus. We have had many instances where if it wasn't for them, God forbid, something bad would have happened. I am a safety aide at night, so I do see a lot of things that are going on that shouldn't be going on, where we have people drinking in the parking lots, people doing illegal activities that, as of ourselves, I don't feel comfortable enough going up to them because I don't have no method of protection. And I would also bring up that it would be a difficult way to feel secure because we don't have enough lighting. The cameras don't work as well. So in addition to the trust that we have between them as a good relation, I have not heard of a problem dealing with racial profiling, and I can go on, but I believe those are my 60 seconds.
Thank you, Adriana. Michelle Lemus.
Madam Vice President, I don't think she is she's on the call. So we can move on to
Kamali Jahi.
I believe she's here.
Okay. Amin Robinson. Amin Robinson. Alicia Raya.
Hello.
Amin Robinson. Thank you, Amin.
Hi. So I feel like there's like a general lack of information around the relationship between police and the colored students, the Black and brown students. And I feel as though they're not needed on campus. And if there was a way for the Black and brown students to take ownership over the campus, as far as them feeling as if this is their campus, they would take care of it, it would eliminate all of the concerns that people have. And with that said, I feel as though I would like to offer you guys an opportunity to support our petition to, one, defund our $4.1 million contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department and instead put that money to one, terminate the Peralta Community College District $4.1 million contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, I'm sorry, your time is up, Mr. Robinson.
Alicia Raya. And then Courtney Morris. And just a reminder, 60 seconds for each speaker.
Cool. Trustees, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
So, my name is Alicia Raya. I'm a voting constituent in Oakland. I'm a student at Laney, and I'm the ASLC elected president. My demands of you today are simple: defund the Alameda County Sheriff's Office and invest in Black and brown students now. I ask you all to have the courage to boldly and proudly take this stand with me. Follow the Black youth leaders, elders, organizers leading the movement for Black lives. Hear the cries of George Aubrey and the thousands of people who have hit the streets in protest, and you will feel the fruits of their support. The goal has to be to abolish the class of people who have the legal right to end lives. The goal is to create a model community college campus where it is clear that staff, teachers, and the district truly do believe that Black lives matter. In a few conversations I've had, I've been met with, well, what are police and student relations really like? I mean, are they really that bad? And so I employ anyone who is sharing the same sentiment to ask yourself, what is it going to take? Would more death convince you to act? In case you've forgotten the roots of the very soil that you all work on.
Courtney Morris, Daniel Robelo. Courtney Morris. Danielle Robelo. I will go on to number 8, Corey Mast.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Courtney Morris.
Yes, Courtney. Yes, Courtney.
Hi, my name is Courtney Morris and I'm a student at Berkeley City College. I contest that we must get cops out of Peralta colleges, and I agree to defund the $4.1 million contract. What I'm hearing on this call this evening by one student who mentioned that there aren't enough cameras and lights at Laney College, I implore you to investigate how we can make students feel more secure in our schools without having to contract sheriff departments to protect them. And at a time when we ask our nation to reimagine what safety and security may feel like, I implore you to do so. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Courtney. Daniel Robelo, Corey Mast.
Hi. Hello, my name is Daniel Robelo. I'm an Oakland resident and a Laney College student. I am here to join the thousands of community members who have been demanding that Peralta Community College District terminate its $4.1 million contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office and invest in Black and brown students. Some deputies have harassed and threatened students, and they make us feel unsafe. The Alameda County Sheriff's Office is a deeply racist and violent agency which collaborates with ICE and has tortured and killed people in its jail. They have no business in our schools. We want to defund the police and get cops out of our schools at every level. Thank you very much.
Corey Mast, Josh Green. Corey, Josh. Okay, let us go to Chris Johnson. John Beam. Jennifer Shanowski.
Madam Vice President, did you call on a Josh Green?
I did. Josh Green.
He's here. Yeah.
Hey,
okay.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, look, I thank you for having me. Coach Beam asked me to speak today. I was a footballer at Laney College this past season. I came over from Australia to play and try and punt at Laney College. I actually came over originally to play basketball, and I made the switch, and Coach Beam gave me the opportunity to come here and play and have a shot at my dream, which was to play Division I college football. Worked really hard, and he gave me a lot of hope and gave me that opportunity to try and play football. And luckily, I had a pretty good season, and he believed in me and pushed me, as well as the other coaches there. And I ended up getting 4 Division I scholarship offers, and from UMass, Wyoming, Fresno State, Oregon State. I also spoke to numerous other schools, and now I'll be attending Oregon State as a football player, and I owe that to Coach Beam and Laney College for giving me that opportunity to play football. And I can't thank you guys enough, because now I get to live out my dream of playing college football. So thank you, and thank you, Coach Beam.
Thank you, Josh. Chris Johnson. John Beam.
Hello, can you guys hear me today?
Yes.
Hey, how's everything going? First, I want to start by saying thank you to the Peralta board for having me. Also, I want to thank my coach, John Beam, for having me. He asked me to speak on to speak today. So first off, I'd just like to say there's a place of hope and opportunity for student athletes like me and my teammate Josh that you guys just heard. When it came to Laney College, they gave me a shot at my dreams that I never thought I would ever get again after high school. And with that being said, I was able to obtain 14 different scholarships for football. And also, I have been admitted to my dream school, which is the University of California, Berkeley. I also have had admissions to UC San Diego and also UC Davis as well, and a couple of different state schools. So I will be attending UC Berkeley. I've decided to deny all my football scholarships to obtain, attend UC Berkeley. So I just want to say that Eleni College is a place of hope and opportunity, and it's a place to rebirth yourself and to just start over and start fresh.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristopher. John Beam, Jennifer Shanowski. I will move on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Thank
hear you.
All right. So Chris didn't have a chance to say, but he came over from North Carolina where he didn't play. And because he was a veteran, was able to use his veterans money as an out-of-stater and got a lot of support through Gene Carey and the Veterans Center. And Josh came to Eleni to play basketball. When that didn't work out, he just decided to try football, and he came to us. And Thomas and everybody over at the International House really helped out. What I guess I'm trying to say is that it is a village that raises our people here at Eleni. And it's important that we keep that in mind. And I want to make sure that I thank Tamil. I know she's leaving, but she created an atmosphere where everybody feels supported all the time. And that's what we want to continue. As we go forward, we are a learning community, right? We're a cohort, athletics at Eleni. We have about 175 students. We're going everywhere. UC Davis, Cal, we're doing so much. But yet I'm worried about budget cuts. And we need to keep that in mind for us to keep, if we want to continue with social justice.
Mr. Beam, your time is up. I'm going to mute you.
Thank you.
Next up is Jennifer Shanowski.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to start by thanking Tamil and Tim, but I don't have time, so I'll do that separately. I also wanted to take a moment to read the statement that we shared with faculty about racist comments that have been shared in the news, but I don't have time to do that later. So later, someone else will be coming on to read a statement. So I want to take my last 30 seconds and just point out a few issues that I'd like the board to consider when they're looking at the tentative budget tonight. This budget is being presented with little to no shared governance input. And although the guiding principles are supposed to be including a minimization of the impacts on students and to keep our college missions intact, it's interesting to note that the Chancellor's office is getting a 10% increase and General Counsel is getting a 25% increase, and that the district office net college revenue is staying the same while each college takes a large hit. If budgets reflect our values, let's look carefully at what this budget says.
Thank you.
Eleni Gastis and Amy Bohorquez. Eleni Gastis. Amy Bohorquez.
Oh, I'm here. Eleni Gastis is here.
Hi, Eleni.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Eleni Gastis, and I'm the chair of Peralta's only journalism program at Eleni College. I'm also the incoming Senate president of Eleni College, and I'm really here to venerate my president, our president, Tamil Gilkerson. She's a humble, private person who never needed accolades to further her commitment to our college. I could talk about all of the wonderful things that she's done for our campus. Many things come to mind, but the most important is her ability to listen. She was never afraid of the work, and she was never afraid of accountability. And really, most importantly, Tamil has an incredible capability that is desperately needed at all constituency groups at Peralta, which is self-reflection. She's shown us and she's told us how this is an important part of leadership and service to others. And although it might be difficult to accomplish sometimes, self-reflection is necessary in order to foster this growth in our community. I say this applying it to myself as well. Tamil wasn't just our emergency graphic designer at our Flex Day TED Talk specialist that
Our next speaker is Amy Bohorquez.
Thank
and
you.
Fred Burgoyne.
So my name is Amy Bohorquez. I'm faculty at Eleni College, and I wanted to take this opportunity to publicly express my gratitude and appreciation for Dr. Tamil Gilkerson. In her time with us, I've seen changes leading to support of all of our students in ways I'd never thought I would see. After 17 and a half years in this district, our college is flying the Philadelphia Pride flag with real structural changes as proof that it's not just for show, we mean it. Under her leadership, she not only supported but participated in an ad hoc group of students, staff, faculty, and administrators to work on inclusivity and celebration of our community, including working with College of Alameda last year. So also thank you to Tim. Because of the environment that stems from her inclusive leadership, we hosted many events. And at these events, we also had cool swag, which I have to say, she also recently updated the logo to be more inclusive. But real change to ensure how students have the ability to do things as basic as feel safe using the restroom are not only important to her, but a priority. So much so that policies and procedures have evolved to be more inclusive and supportive of everyone. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Gilkerson and remind us that, in the words of Audre Lorde, real change.
Thank you, Amy. Fred Burgoyne, and then Richard Rothbart.
If Fred Burgoyne is in the attendee list, can he raise his hand? Because I don't see him on here. Okay, so we will move on to Richard.
Yes.
Let's see if we have Richard Rothbart. If he can raise his hand.
Okay, let's move on to 17, Benny Aranda, and then Heather Cisneros.
We do not have any of those.
Okay. Number 19, Vince Garrett, and then Chris Weidenbach.
Mr. Weidenbach?
Hey, this is Chris Weidenbach. Hi.
Hi.
Well, this isn't going very well. I think it's very difficult for people to be primed to participate, and that's partly because we've been relegated to an onerous process of lining up, and then when actually people, show up to actually speak, the more we show up, the more you're limiting our time. That's very unfortunate. We're losing a super cool college president at Laney College. Tamil Gilkerson set the bar at a new level for this era, and whoever comes next is going to have to get over that bar.
Okay. Our next individuals, Kari Napoli and Jay Gash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Kari Napoli, and I am a resident of Oakland, as well as a member of the Poor People's Campaign Laney chapter. I am here tonight in solidarity with the Peralta students, faculty, and staff, asking that the Peralta District terminate its contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Our schools, our cities, and our country needs to invest in healthcare for our children. Students desperately need housing, available and culturally representative counselors, tutors, and teachers. These students need to see that we are invested in their minds and their dreams and their futures. They should not feel threatened in a place meant for their education, socialization, and their support. Thank you so much for hearing me tonight.
Thank you, Kari. Jay Gash, Mary Lim Lomp.
Madam Vice President, we do have Corey Mast here. So we'll go ahead and go to Corey.
Thank you.
Let's see. Is he in there? He's not in yet. So we will move to, who's the next
Jay
one?
Gash. Jay Gash, and then Mary Lim Lamp.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Gash.
Hi, my name is Jay Gash. I'm a former Berkeley City, Laney, and Merritt College student who has directly benefited from the instruction, mentorship, and support from instructors. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of necessary action that needs to be implemented into Peralta Community College District as it pertains to terminating the PCCD safety contract with Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I'm a clear Black woman in the past who has been subjected to police intimidation and violence, and I will say police presence does not necessarily translate to safety. And I know this is an experience that other Black and brown individuals understand all too well. As you're aware, we're in the midst of multiple pandemics, and it's about time that we invest in Black and brown communities that have long been exploited and taken advantage of. Those who, like me, are here to fight for opportunities that have long been reserved for people benefiting off of a system that wasn't built for us and doesn't care for us. This has to change. There's still a great divide, but community colleges represent a safe haven for learning for those who have felt like an education is out of reach. An education is within reach, and as B.B. King once said, the beautiful thing about learning is that nobody can take it away from you. Let's not allow the funding of the Alameda County Sheriff's Department to take that away. Please understand that action needs to happen now, not just talk of it.
Thank you, Jay. Mary Lim Lamp and Nancy Moreno.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Nancy and I have worked at Amojo, BACA, and EOPS, and I just wanted to share some of the needs of our students. Many of our students don't have internet, computers, food, and we have a huge population of homeless students. I would also like to suggest to get rid of the contract with Alameda County Sheriffs, and I would suggest having more safety aides in our campus. Margaret Dixon is a really good teacher at Merritt, and she's a former police officer in charge of the program. She hires criminal justice students and they patrol the campus and they basically take care of the campus. And I would like to see more programs that support African-American students and continue to invest in their education and future. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, we'll go back to Corey Mast.
Sounds good. Take him off. Corey Mast.
Hi there. My name's Corey. I'm a student over at Merritt, and I'm also going to be a part of the Merritt student government, either as vice president or vice president of participatory governance in the coming fall. And I'm wanting to advocate for Merritt to help create programs that can perhaps, like the program that the person before me just described, that can help train people who can be like safety stewards on our campus. And I think there's a lot of potential for us to collaborate with the city of Oakland to create some kind of certificate program, because I know that they are also hoping to defund the police and to create alternatives. And I think that there's a lot of potential for us to collaborate there and create a certificate program that could end up serving the entire city, not just our campus. That's all.
Thank you, Corey.
Thanks for doing this.
Thank you. Let's go on to Mary Lim Lamp and then Kimberly King.
I don't show Mary, so we'll go and move to Kimberly King.
Kimberly King, yes.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. I'm Kimberly. I'm a Laney faculty and an Oakland voter. And I know that the Peralta district has written some great statements condemning the police murder of George Floyd and other unarmed African Americans. And in addition to words, we demand that immediate action be taken to end the $4.1 million contract with the Alameda County Sheriffs and to invest that money into what students need to survive. As other folks have mentioned, they need housing, they need tutors, they need healthcare, mental health counselors. They need more Black and brown and other faculty of color who are sensitive. I support the student that received some racist emails, and we need more faculty who can speak to our students. I represent the students who are at the bottom, the most marginalized and impoverished, and they experience harassment from sheriffs on and off campus. It's really important that we respect our students, and so please defund the sheriffs and invest in positive resources for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Roger Chung and Janelle Tillotson. Roger Chung.
We have Janelle. Next.
Janelle. Yes, we do.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Janelle. Yes, we can.
My name is Janelle Tillitz, and I'm with the Peralta Federation of Teachers, the diversity chair. And I'm going to read part of an anti-racist statement from PFT condemning discrimination and treatment of one of our Peralta students. The PFT condemns xenophobia, racism, sexism, classism, and all forms of discrimination and those attitudes, values, and beliefs that serve to undermine the mission and vision of the Peralta colleges. We are offended by racist and xenophobic disrespect exhibited by anyone, including teachers. We recognize that our students who are activists, first responders, essential workers, parents homeschooling their children, first generation from immigrant families, new and continuing students, deserve to be educated in an environment that nourishes their sense of self-actualization and promotes their self-discovery. Reporting racist and xenophobic incidents takes courage, and it is a reflection of the spirited activism, self-advocacy, and social.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Janelle. Did we find Roger Chung? Is he in the room? Otherwise, okay. Otherwise, let us go to Alicia Caballero Christensen and Jocelyn Gamma.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Alicia.
Yes.
Hi, Alicia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alicia Caballero Christensen, and I'm a faculty in the Department of Ethnic Studies at Eleni College. Today, Tuesday, June 23rd, marks exactly the two-year anniversary of the murder of Dwan Armstrong at the hands of the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. He was a young man suffocated by restraint under the Alameda County deputies. His mother is a family friend of mine who continues to fight for justice. 6 days from now, June 29th, marks the 8-year anniversary of the death of my brother, Eduardo, under the custody of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. My brother struggled with addiction and mental illness. Instead of our system giving him access to healthcare, rehab, and systems of healing, our resources are heavily placed in sheriff's departments that are killing our brothers. I'm asking the Peralta administration and board to please terminate the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. Invest in community care, invest in mental care, invest in housing, invest in healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Jocelyn Gamma and Marla Leach.
Hi, Jocelyn.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yes. Hello. So, yes, my name is Jocelyn Gamma. I am Oakland native. I'm a student at UC Berkeley, but I'm here to be in solidarity with my brothers and sisters at the Peralta colleges because I was also a student there. And I do just want to say that I'm here to advocate to terminate the police fund, specifically because to highlight the history and the genealogy of the police as an institution. It is not here to protect and serve the most marginalized students. And one big point that we must highlight, homelessness is a big issue in the college community overall, specifically Black and Brown students. So in finding more solutions and opportunities and giving us young adults a platform to have a voice, to be able for us to speak about what are our needs in this education system and to have more funding and more resources that talk about our roots and are here to educate us and help us mobilize in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Marla Leach, Victor Littles.
Hello there, this is Marla. Can you hear me?
Marla.
Okay. Hi there. I am a faculty member at Eleni College. In the media department, I'm also the co-chair of Eleni's PD committee, and I also wanted to say that I am also for termination of the contract with the Alameda County Sheriffs. And I'm also here to basically say so much gratitude for our president, Tamil Gilkerson, who has shown so much enthusiasm and commitment to our college and with such incredible grace. And when we had to switch everything over for COVID and with the PD committee and do everything online, we had basically a week to switch everything over, or a week or two, and it was a little bit nuts. And Tamil came in there and really just helped us orchestrate the whole thing. And I just want to say such gratitude that you were there. And also, you're the only president in my 16 plus years at Laney who's really supported the LGBTQ community of both students and faculty. So much gratitude to you, Tamil. Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. Victor Littles, Lawrence Van Hook.
Hi, this is Victor Littles from Merritt College. So one of the things that I want to mention that I really haven't heard regarding the funding of the Alameda County Sheriffs is that Merritt College sits in the center of East Oakland, and most of our students are from East Oakland and the Flatlands, and those students have a history which having a negative interaction with police officers. And when you have students on campus, and when you have a teacher who doesn't have much class management experience, who have an issue with students, and the first thing they want to do is call the sheriff on one of those students. And you may have a sheriff who doesn't have experience in dealing with that population. And so when you mix that two, the outcome is normally not a good outcome. So make things short, I am recommending, one, not only we should defund part of their budget, is we need to use that money in areas where those students can be better supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Lawrence Van Hook and Jason Seals.
I'm gonna, Vice President, I'm going to go back to Roger Chung because he is in the room now.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chung?
Hi, everyone. This is Roger Chung, Chair of the Ethnic Studies Department and Faculty Lead of Restoring Our Communities, our program at Laney College for formerly incarcerated students. And I hope to speak about not necessarily around the fit of the sheriff, but I think I hope to bring a perspective around whether or not we are promoting a segregated sense of safety on our campuses. And so I work with a lot of students that are on probation and on parole that literally are afraid to have any law enforcement contact as a direct result of fear of violation of their parole or their probation. And so for our students who are on probation or parole, our students that have prior convictions, or even our undocumented students, I question whether or not we have a system in which all of our students feel, or all our faculty or all our staff and are classified, feel that they have equal access to their own personal safety. And so when we kind of think about the idea of who a sheriff may even be applicable to, even myself, who's not formerly incarcerated, I wonder to what extent is it a system fit for the folks that are that may not be able to have contact with law enforcement?
Thank you, Mr. Chung.
Thank you. Lawrence Van Hook, Jason Seals, Danae Martinez.
Mr. Van Hook? Dr. Van Hook?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to President of the Board and to the trustees, Chancellor, and to those who are listening. Lawrence Van Hook, President of the Peralta African American Association and Affairs. It has been, first of all, let me just say to our presidents, I don't have a whole bunch of time, but to our presidents, the two that are leaving, thank you, thank you, thank you. But I really want to spend the time that I have left to talk about a second look, if not totally defunding, because I think that right now we don't need an emotional response, but we definitely need to reallocate majority of those funds for the administration of justice program and safety aids that would help qualify new blood, new circumstances around policing. And if you notice in most incidents around the world, police show up after the crime has been committed. And we have not experienced a totality of mass shootings and mass shootings for an incarcerated public. And so what I'm asking that we do is to at least look at the contract. We can definitely use those funds to help invest into the programs that we have that we can help build capacity in the process of the fear that we have of the police on our campus, and our students need the safety to study and to matriculate without fearing police brutality or murder.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Seals, Danae Martinez, and then Jose Bernal.
We'll go to Danae Martinez.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, yes, we can.
We hear you.
Hi, I'm Danae Martinez. I'm an African American Studies faculty, and I want you all to definitely get rid of the sheriffs and police on campus. I want to say, if you want to stop racism and anti-Blackness, you have to actually dismantle it and stop using it as a crutch to make some people feel safe, even though it's not actually making them safer. We cannot wait until someone is killed on our campus, and the microaggressions that come from the interactions with police and others are slowly killing Black people. I have had police come to my class at Laney, intimidate students, and at Merritt during Black History Month events. And those were high school students of color. Police and sheriffs are not creating safety. If we want to be anti-racist, then we must all feel safe, not just some. Just like ICE, the mere presence of sheriffs on our campus lets students, teachers, and community members know that their safety is not valued. It says that they don't matter. Racism and police brutality are prominent public health issues, and together we can take important steps to towards health equity by creating alternatives. College should.
Thank you. Jose Bernal and Dan V. Lee.
Hello, I'm Jose Bernal. I'm with the Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. First of all, I want to start off by saying I have very serious concerns about how accessible this is. I actually think you are likely in violation of the Brown Act. I think you're misrepresenting the executive order and 2520. Anyways, that's another issue, and I will be following up with that. But I'm here in support of students and faculty. I think that you have a real opportunity to really divest from a system that harms Black and Brown communities, and I'm talking about the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, and really re-envision and recreate a new community safety that you could do that could really empower your students, that could really empower the community, and really create the safety that keeps everyone safe. I think oftentimes there's a misconception of what safety is. And so we are committed with a number of other organizations to working with you on what safety is, what real community safety looks like, if you choose to end the contract with the Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Dan V. Lee, Amin Ra, Kitty Wang.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I'm a faculty member at Cal State East Bay. My comment today is in regards to the recent events concerning Matthew Hubbard. In this time of anti-Asian American sentiment, it is not only hurtful, but also damaging to hear educators make such racist and ignorant demands as to change one's name. Your name is intrinsically tied to your identity, and asking for a change further perpetuates colonialism. Those of us in higher education are in a position of power and leadership and need to use that privilege to ensure that we dismantle the colonial narrative that has damaged the groups who have built this nation. I am proud of Fook for speaking out and wonder how many students have not spoken out when an instructor has made this request of them. How many students have been ostracized because they have been shamed into feeling like another? How has this affected their learning and graduation rates? I am asking the board to consider the following actions: a formal apology given by Matthew Hubbard, continued disciplinary action of Matthew Hubbard, holding other faculty and staff accountable for their actions, ongoing diversity training as a requirement for all instructors, and being proactive in protecting the rights of students to a safe learning environment. This behavior is damaging to our communities and our students and should not be tolerated.
Thank you, Danvi. Amin Ra, Kitty Wang, and Kay Carney Fillmore.
Hello, this is Kitty Wang. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is Kitty Wang. I live in the community next to Merritt College. It's called Crown Ridge. And we really request urgent need of security coverage at Merritt College on July 4th for the presence, especially at Lot B, because it has been causing a lot of dangerous fireworks that can cause the community of Peralta, of Merritt College, and all of us to be in danger. We have a lot of elderly people, special needs child, and pets in the community. So we do need security coverage on July 4th. I understand that people do not like the Alameda County Sheriff, but we need a security presence there on July 4th because there's a lot of illegal fireworks there. That's what I was concerned of. Okay.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Amin Ra, Kay Carney Fillmore, Vaughn Fillmore, and Gary Schwartz. Are any of those individuals in the room?
Hi, this is Kay Carney Fillmore. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi. Kay Carney Fillmore. I also am a resident of Crown Ridge, the neighboring residential community next to Merritt. We are original owners, have lived here for probably about 34 years since the development was built. So we've seen a lot of things happen over that time frame. I am urging your consideration for security also on July 4th. We have had a lot of near misses. It's a high fire area. There's been a lot of legal activity. I'm not advocating one way or the other for the Sheriff's Department because as a woman of color, I do have issues with police presence and violations of brown and Black people. However, private security, I think, or any kind of security would really be beneficial, not just to our community, our residential community, but to Merritt as well, because the fire risk is incredible. And again, the other dangers from illegal activities. July 4th is on a weekend this year. And so all the more reason that we need to have security coverage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Vaughn Fillmore, Gary Schwartz, Don Struzas.
Mr. Fillmore?
Fillmore, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Don Fillmore, former president.
Mr. Fillmore, we can barely hear you. A little bit louder.
Same computer. Can he just speak into my computer right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Turn the phone
Okay.
on. Okay.
So we're very concerned about a fire possibility, not only on the 4th of July, but always. In the parking lot B, adjacent to the college or across the street, there's groups that perform rituals in the back part of parking lot B almost on a weekly basis. And we need some kind of security, or you need security to keep those people out. Also, there's a need for more permanent fencing to enclose parking lot B. You can always find cigarette butts. The college has not been doing their weed abatement, so we're really concerned about our fire safety here. At the side of the parking lot facing the bay is only maybe 50 feet until you hit a home. So we're really concerned about
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore. Next, we have Gary Schwartz. Gary Schwartz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
All right, yeah, I'm also a resident of the Crown Ridge, and we have a history on the 4th of July of hundreds of people on your college. They break down the fence in parking lot B. and they shoot off fireworks. So if it happens to be a windy day, you're looking at a firestorm. Again, I'm not advocating for the sheriff's department. I'm just advocating for some kind of security on your campus only on the 4th of July. I mean, it'd be great if there is more. We never saw the sheriff in our neighborhood. Okay, it's not like we're asking you to hire them to protect us. We're just asking for security on the 4th of July on your campus to prevent a disaster. And it would really be a disaster if there was a fire. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Don Struzes, John Lindsay Poland, and Chris Rose. Don Struzes.
We don't have Don in the room, but we do have John Lindsay Poland.
Great.
Hi, my name is John Lindsay Poland, and I work for the American Friends Service Committee. Sheriff staff on Peralta campuses are very expensive, between $296,000 and $325,000 per deputy per year, much more than the cost of sheriff deputies in other Bay Area counties. Peralta can train non-police personnel to respond to a majority of incidents. The FNL report before you miscoded many incidents as requiring officers, but still found a third don't require a sworn officer. It also counted incidents in downtown Berkeley, which tilted the analysis. This came out a year ago, and the option to develop an in-house campus security unit in 18 to 24 months was on the table then. Here we are again with the same timeline. So please adopt steps and a plan for in-house non-police campus security unit. You can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Chris Rose, Lisa Williams, and T. Paige Beersbury are the next three. Do we have Chris Rose?
Yes, hi. Thank you all for your time. I would like to speak about, while you're looking at the budget, the program of the Fab Lab specifically at College of Alameda. I'm a former Laney student that went to UC Berkeley, and the Fab Lab is the single most holistically serving program I've ever partnered with. As an after-school program coordinator, I brought high school students that have been teetering between graduating and non-graduating. And while we're talking about mobility and opportunity for people of color, the staff have gone far and beyond to help students get the confidence to access a skilled trade. They give you the tools, and then they also give you the freedom to learn from your mistakes. In an era about education questioning methodology, no venue can offer so many opportunities for students to experience who learn different, are in special education, need hands-on STEM experience, or quality career technical pathways. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Lisa Williams. T. Paige Beersbury. Okay, let's move on to the next person, Julie Walker.
We'll move on to Vice President. We'll move on to Ann Harvey. I see that she's in the room.
Great, thanks.
Hi, my name is Ann Harvey. I'm an Oakland resident, and I won't take a lot of your time. I'm also calling to ask you to end the contract with the Sheriff's Department now. And I noted in the agenda that since this is coming up in a week that the contract ends, that a transitional time is needed. I don't think that's true because for emergencies, people on Laney can call 911 just like people at the other campuses and anywhere else do. So please end the contract now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Hannah Lennett, Javon Williams. Shall we go forward? Molly Clem.
Vice President, we do have
Hello?
Javon Williams. Yes, hi.
Great.
Hi, I'm a former student of Eleni College, and my name is Javon Williams. And I'd like to elaborate with one of the brothers who came on here not too long ago talking about the Fab Labs at Eleni College. I am a colored youth student who went to Eleni College, and I'd like to thank Mr. Beasley, Danny Beasley, for the Fab Lab. Because the Fab Lab, if you want something foundational and some groundwork in order to get these colored kids and different minority students into a better position, you want to be able to offer them the Fab Lab. The Fab Lab is a place to where it teaches you science, it teaches you construction, teaches you innovative ideas that you can use in real world situations, just like the situation that we're in now. Now, they have got Coca-Cola to donate over $20,000 worth of PPE that we made into 60,000 face masks and share them with the rest of the nurses and homeless people in need. So I'm just saying, if you can get these Fab Lab opens, it can create a lot of jobs and a lot of necessity things and creative, innovative ideas that we can bring into the light. But we need to keep these labs open so that we can bring more jobs and create more skills. And that's what's most important, is creating skills so that our people of color have something to do once we're done with all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Javon. Do we have Molly Clem? Malika Kambon?
Hello,
Molly
everyone.
Clem? Hi.
Hi, my name is Molly Clem, and I'm a participant at the College of Alameda Fabrication Lab and a former maker in residence. So the Fab Lab is a place of dreams where every individual's unique creativity can be expressed. Here I can use 3D printers, CNCs, and laser cutters to apply what I learned in my classes and support my success. This year I worked on a piezoelectric glider to help the environment. Aside from amazing equipment, the people are what make innovation possible. Miguel Vega, a senior technician, is one of the most hardworking, passionate people I know. His positive attitude and depth of knowledge have touched many others and inspired them to innovate. The Fab Lab staff have built connections to help the next generation enter the STEM field. Students in programs like Tech Trek by AAUW, First Robotics, and Girl Scouts get exposure to real-world experience, so STEM becomes a tangible reality. The COA's Fab Lab also partners with Alameda Education Foundation to support young children from Title I schools to participate in robotics competitions. The College of Alameda Fabrication Lab has become a part of me, and I hope that everyone listening can share my dreams and that of others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Then we need to move on to Malika Kambon, Ashley Halverstadt.
Okay, I did it.
Hi. Oops, I don't.
Yes.
Malika?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Malika Cambone. I'm an African woman elder and a person with disabilities. I have been criminalized and blocked from receiving most Peralta District resources, including financial aid, scholarships, transportation, and book loans. I continue to be one of the African students who was scapegoated and whose lives were thrown under the bus while we're told that Black people are not a priority in this district and we're high risks for financial aid and funding. My rights as a disabled student have been abrogated and my medical and academic records have been tampered with. I am being slowly lynched just like George Floyd was, so I'm not happy about seeing the ACS funded, especially since their budget over the last 10 years has increased from $144 million to $443 million amid many scandals. According to anti-Black police terrorism, Section 802 of the U.S. Patriot Act says that domestic terrorism is an act that occurs primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the U.S., and it is an act that is dangerous to human life and that is intended to intimidate and coerce civilians. If the Peralta District continues to fund them, it will give them carte blanche.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Acts of domestic violence on campus.
We're at 53, Ashley Halverstadt and Judith Stacy at 54.
I don't see Ashley in the room, but we'll move on to Judith Stacy. Dr. Stacy?
Hi, thank you. This is Judith Stacy. I'm an Oakland resident. I'm also on the coordinating committee of the Boston Democratic Renewal Club and a member of the Ella Baker Center. This is really the moment to absolutely terminate the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Ahern has an ugly history. We need deep sheriff reform in the state, and I'm working on some legislation to that effect. We have to seize the moment to reimagine public safety. It does not make most Black and brown people safer to have the sheriff's department's deputies here. I'm sure you're all very aware of the extraordinary money that the county pays to clean up his messes after he's already killed people like DeJuan Armstrong and others in the jail. And the recent protests, it was the sheriff's department that came in and used tear gas during the COVID crisis on peaceful protesters, even before the curfew was set into place. It is there's no time to give a dime to the sheriff's office. Other public safety measures could be used through communities' public safety, and if it's necessary to have some other private companies, I can understand that. But this is really, it would be horrible to have the sheriff removed on any of our Oakland campuses.
Thank you, Stacey. Madam Vice President, we'll move on to William Hood. I see him in the room.
Yes, it's 58. Okay.
Mr. Hood? Hi, Mr. Hood?
I believe he's muted.
All right, we'll move on.
Okay. Jesus Garibay or Sarah Johnson.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jesus Garibay. I am an Oakland resident in East Oakland, and I usually go to Merritt College. Removing the deputies, I believe, is a terrible idea due to the fact that most of the deputies we have talked to and communicated are really very friendly and de-escalated, and I've seen it firsthand. I am a safety aide. The fact that the school doesn't support the safety aid program to the full extent, and the sheriff shows lack of first trust from the beginning. And my encounter with the sheriff's always been 100 versus the Oakland Police Department has been slow to react, slow to come to the campus, and it's going to create issues over time that you guys are clearly not seeing due to the fact that we are isolated at Merritt versus every other campus. You guys are looking at the whole picture when we need to start looking at breaking down each campus separately. That's number one. And as the residents from that area, you guys need to stay out of this.
Thank you.
Sandra Johnson is number 61.
Sandra Johnson.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I'm speaking on behalf of Fab Lab. My name is Sandra Johnson, and I have been a community member of Fab Lab for the last 2 years. The College of Alameda Fab Lab has been invaluable to me and those around me. I have a master's degree in mechanical engineering and have been a stay-at-home mom for the last 9 years. As I'm looking to re-enter the workforce, Fab Lab has provided me with a wealth of resources to help me acquire new skills. I see many other eager students there all the time who learn a lot by being able to work at a shared workspace environment. Miguel, Vince, and Danny do an amazing job running the lab, and they are a wealth of knowledge and always eager to help and teach us. Additionally, Fab Lab has inspired me to run a makers program for my kids' elementary school, NIA Community Learning Center, and has provided me with the tools to create materials needed for that program. I wish I could showcase here the creativity and craftsmanship that comes out of our makers time. It makes all the hard work so worth it. Whenever the students see me at school, they always ask, when are we going to have makers time again? Thank you for all you have done so far to create this amazing space. Craftsmanship is the future of our workforce. The more people we can train in this field and the more students we can get inspired, the better our future will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Do we have Suzanne Timroth Zavala?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Susan?
Yes, 1 second, please. Yes. Okay. So my name is Susan Timrasavala, and I'm a faculty at Eleni College. And I wanted to state that I remember vividly the interview for the president of Eleni College when Camille came to talk to the faculty. Everything she said sparked something inside of me, and I knew, and I think we all knew that she was the one. It was a no-brainer. After working with her these 3 years, most of which as the Guided Pathways co-coordinator, I see clearly what resonated with me during her interview was her big picture view. At Eleni, we were so focused on the small things because each small thing seemed insurmountable. No one in administration before Camille really looked at the big picture. There was so much to do that we triaged and filled holes in the dike. In teaching, we talk a lot about backwards design. Where do you want to go with your students, and start there. Break it down into steps that lead to your goal. Camille always saw the big picture. She always pushed us to backwards design. It took us these 3 years to clearly see what she meant and to get the backwards design going. I heard the thing go. When you have spent your entire time at Eleni plugging holes, it's a big change. We'd like to send her off with our blessings and the promise that we see the big picture as she taught us.
Thank you, Susan. Do we have Rashida Young or Casey McElduff?
Rashida?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rashida Young, and I'm a former student who attended Eleni during the semester spring 2017 up until 2019. And I am agreeing in defunding the Alameda County Sheriff's Department on the school campus. I, too, am a victim of their harassment. They described me as a hypey teenager involved in my incident. At the time, I was 35 years old with children, one being a teenager herself. I would love to go into detail about the incident that I had with these two officers on campus and how they harassed me on a different platform. But I do think that, the school needs to look at this matter very closely in how these officers are on campus harassing students. Students go to campus, go to school, to get a higher education, a good learning environment. And for many students, including myself, going to school is a happy place. And students should not have to endure the harassment of officers on campus while they're trying to get a higher education.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. Casey McElduff and Adam Below. Either of those. I see Casey.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Casey McAuliffe, and I'm a public high school teacher in Oakland. I'm calling to urge the board to end its contract with the sheriff's office. Many of my students go on to Peralta's institutions after they graduate, and I want to be able to tell them that they will be attending a school where their lives are valued. I stand in solidarity with current and former students that have spoken tonight, such as Amin, Alicia, Daniel, Jay, Corey, Jocelyn, and Rashida, and with faculty such as Mr. Chung, Dr. Van Hook, and Professor Martinez, and second their call to center the voices and safety of Black and Brown students, as well as of undocumented and formerly incarcerated students. Please do the right thing for our young people, invest in their liberation, housing, education, and brilliance, rather than in punishment, imprisonment, and state-sponsored violence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you. We have Adam Below and we have Norma Orozco. Either of those individuals in?
I'm here. I'm Adam Balog. I'm a machine technology instructor at Eleni College. I'd like to speak in praise of the outgoing Eleni College president, Dr. Camille Gilkerson. She is no doubt, hands down, the most effective administrator I have ever worked with. Her approach was always collaborative, and that gave her great authority. She was a leader by action and not just by title. Whether she was personally signing people in at the reception desk in the tower lobby, or distributing food and produce under the flagpole, or creating resources for faculty to make the emergency transition to remote teaching. Tamil, I am going to miss you tremendously, and I wish you all the best in the next leg of your journey. To the board, I would like to mention that President Gilkerson's appointment was the product of an inclusive hiring process, which included administrators, faculty, and classified staff. And she's proof that that process works. And I look forward to a similar process to hire a new college president worthy of that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Norma Orozco.
Hi, this is Norma. I would like to speak to the sheriff funding and ask that you cut that budget. And I actually want to talk about the consultant who wrote the report that
Norma, are you there?
Oh, I'm yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
Not sure if you caught anything. I wanted to speak to Anthony Thinnell, who is the consultant who wrote the report that you're currently considering for campus security. He was the director of the Oakland Police Accountability Investigation Board that did part of the investigation of the OPD killing of Joshua Pollack, which had to be reversed by the police commission. And Thinnell was actually fired by the police commission after that. And so I'm deeply concerned that this is the person whose advice you're taking when looking at how you're going to take care of campus security. We know that police do not keep us safe. We know that specifically Latinos, Black people, people with disabilities, people on the gender spectrum, and people who are unsheltered are the targets of police violence. And so if there is one student on your campus that feels unsafe, that is something that needs to be taken very seriously. So I urge you to look at alternatives to police and to consider who is giving you this advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jessica. We have a Jessica in the room. We'll move on to Joseph. Okay, next up is Mandy Klein. Mandy?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak. My name is Mandy Klein. I'm the STEAM coordinator at Ruby Bridges Elementary School in Alameda. I serve a population that is a Title I school, predominantly minority students, children of color, and with very extreme diverse backgrounds. I want to say that I see that funding is up for the Fab Lab at College of Alameda. It is an essential part of our STEAM curriculum. We have a partnership with Vince, Danny, and Miguel, and it has been just one of the highlights of our school year, having our 5th grade students come over and work with the guys in the Fab Lab. Molly Clem, who spoke earlier, was actually one of the high school students that worked with my students. So our elementary kids are learning the skills necessary to become active and engaged makers as they grow into their education. It is an essential part of our program to continue working with the Fab Lab. And we are so grateful for that partnership that we want to continue with ASTE and COA College of Alameda. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on their behalf. I'm very, very
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Melissa Rolette.
I don't see Melissa, Madam Vice President, but I do see GT Reyes. GT Reyes?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dr. G.T. Reyes, and I'm an assistant professor of educational leadership at CSU East Bay. I will attempt to make my way to offer 3 recommendations in support of student Ms. Phuc Bui Diem Nguyen, who, like me, settles on the homelands of the Wichinoloni, otherwise known as occupied Oakland. As you know, Ms. Nguyen recently experienced a racist assault from her mathematics professor. What I want to particularly draw attention to is how this professor highlighted in an email to Ms. Nguyen that, quote, "Your name is an offensive sound in my language," unquote. Herein lies the issue with whiteness and the way that he both invisibilized it and rationalized it. This professor exerted whiteness as a cultural norm and whiteness as property when he referenced, quote, my language, unquote. Ms. Nguyen's multiple languages also includes English. It is her language too. English is not reserved to Anglos like this professor, but whiteness makes claim to it. With his statement, he instantly subordinated Ms. Nguyen by relegating her to being a visitor, to being foreign, to being so-called alien within the very space she calls home. This professor also centers on the entitlement of whiteness when he comments on what he would do if he were in some supposed similar make-believe situation. See, whiteness needs to have itself centered with everyone non-white having to bow down in subordination. This is not...
Thank you. Anna Steiner. Do we have Anna Steiner, Mark Lander, or Mark Staten in the room?
I don't see Anna, but I do see Mark.
Mark Lander?
Meet Mark.
Okay.
Mark Lander?
Yes.
Hi.
Also, as an enthusiastic supporter of the College Lab, I live in El Cerrito, and I drive all the way down there to be in that lab. It's by far the best community shop I have ever worked in. Largely thanks to Danny and his organization, and Vince and Miguel and Justin. We're all outstanding. I agree with all the other praise that the other people offered. In addition, to me, it's a benefit to the community well-being overall. I've seen people of all ages and all skill levels, people with rank beginners come into the shop a little bit, looking a little bit lost, and a few hours later, leave with a project in hand and a big smile. And to me, that radiates throughout the community just because they're going out into the world feeling good. Also, in other maker spaces, I've seen people start businesses there just because they have access to both traditional and digital tools. And
Thank you, Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Mark. Is the other Mark in the room? Mark Staten and or David Gassman?
I do not see them in the room.
Okay. Somdeng Dang Hong Si. Is Somdeng in the room?
No, Madam Vice President, I do not see him in the room.
Let's go to 78. Liz Suck.
I do not see Liz, but we'll move on to Adele Ray.
Great, thank you.
Hi, this is Adele Ray. The petition, we, a group of 10 faculty, staff, and students, so far have gotten about 1,600 signatures, and within 2 weeks, we sent it to you, 83 pages and comments from students, part-time, full-time, tenured faculty, staff, and concerned community members. I'm going to read a couple quotes from some of those community members. From a former merit student, quote, I was in the library with a Latina friend classmate. The librarian, a white man, thought we were being loud and questioned what we were doing there, as both of us were older students of color. The librarian called the sheriff on us. Even though I let the sheriffs know that I was a 17-year veteran of San Francisco Fire Department, we were treated with the utmost disrespect, unquote. Quote, sheriff's officers are also a specific threat against our undocumented students who should also be protected. Our campuses can utilize our own community safety programs to support student safety. No more sheriffs, unquote. My experiences have been that sheriffs have simply leads to a culture of fear as well as escalates matter unnecessarily, unquote. Lastly, end this cycle that starts in the schools' inappropriate use of police on campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Do we have Danielle Najwa Jenny in the room?
No, we don't.
Okay, shall we go on to Megan, Nicholas, or Alan?
I see Jennifer in the room.
Jenny Tiggy or Tig?
Yes.
Hi. Yes, my name is Jennifer Tai. I'm an Oakland resident, and I'm here to support the other community members as well as the student and faculty that are urging you to terminate the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, and instead to use those funds to create real opportunities for actual safety that affects all students. Previously on this call, I heard about Anthony Finnell, the consultant who you're referencing for the security proposal, and it's quite alarming, his history and past. So I urge you to consider other more comprehensive safety measures that actually do keep all students safe and that don't disproportionately affect those most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Megan, Nicholas, Ellen, or Betty? No.
Megan?
I'm here. Thank you. I'm a Berkeley resident, and I'm here to show my support for Black, Brown, and low-income Peralta Community College District students and calling for the end of the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office has been responsible for the death of at least 47 people in their custody in the last 5 years and have been the subject of multiple human rights lawsuits. Today's the anniversary of the death of Dewan Armstrong at the hands of Alameda County Sheriff's deputies. No one has been held accountable, and his family is still seeking answers in this case. How can we trust this institution to keep our vulnerable students safe? Is this an organization you want to allocate valuable educational resources to? I have children who will be attending your institutions most likely in the near future, and I find it unconscionable to have the sheriff's deputies on your grounds while students are there. They are not keeping us safe. You need to reallocate those funds to other safety resources that come from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Nicholas, Ellen, Betty, Jean, Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Please consider the sheriff's contract in terms of the impact on the broader Alameda County community as well as on Peralta. We should be especially concerned for Santa Rita Jail, its atrocious record of in-custody deaths, inhumane treatment, and its mismanagement of COVID, which endangers both those who are confined there and the rest of the community. Those who are calling for abolition of prisons and policing have the clearest moral view of the United States today, and we should do everything we can to heed those voices, including to reconsider how our fiscal relationships with other agencies implicate us in their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Alan, Betty, Jean, Sarah, Vince? Do we have any of those individuals in the room?
I do not see any of those. I do see Jean.
Jean Moses.
Yes, I will unmute Jean.
Hi, my name is Jean Moses. I am a member of Faith in Action East Bay, a social justice group. And I wanted to say a couple things. Number one is that I've been listening to the panel this afternoon and the meeting this evening, and that I'm super impressed with the philosophy and the management of Laney on many levels. I know that you are smart and principled and informed. I would really like to see the sheriff gone from the campus. And the reason that I feel strongly about that is that we in Faith in Action have been tracking his activities in the jail and in the community for a couple of years and have found him to be very not accountable. If you continue to contract with the sheriff, I strongly recommend that you include accountability measures in your contract so that his officers cannot harass your students and come back to campus after they do that. Better he should be gone altogether, but if you do have a contract with the sheriff, make sure that he is held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Sarah, Vince, Marie, Richard, and Mallory. Any of those individuals in the room?
We do have Sarah.
We have Sarah. Okay, number 88.
Sarah?
Hi, Sarah.
Can you hear me? I just want to speak in favor of continuing the funding for the College of Alameda Fab Lab. It's been a fantastic opportunity for me to learn some skills and create art projects that I couldn't have made otherwise. And Vince and Miguel and Danny are incredibly helpful. I'm a disabled person in Berkeley, and the Fab Lab is wonderful because it's accessible to me, and I know that there are other disabled people who've been using it and selling some of their creations in our Maker's Paradise Art Gallery that serves the disabled community in Berkeley. So anyway, I just want to encourage you to keep funding it, and I'm looking forward to being able to go back there after the lockdown is over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Then Stevenson, Marie Ibarra.
We don't have Vince or Marie, so we will move on to Richard Thole.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Richard, go ahead.
Hi, good evening.
Hi,
My name is Richard Thole. I'm the chapter president for Peralta's SEIU 1021 Classified Professionals. In short, SEIU 1021 and the Peralta chapter, and on a personal level as a Chicano from East LA, stand strongly in solidarity against all forms of racism, oppression, and police brutality. I'll move on to say, although the second district task force meeting is to be held this Friday on a return to work idea and concerns, no communication or negotiation has been done recently with the union on a safe return to work plan, and we're expected to return to July 1st. So if it is going to be extended, we want to know before the last minute. Also, there's a general issue with Peralta's approval of various contracts. You've heard several speak on the excellent Fab Lab program, but you still contract that work out instead of hiring regular permanent staff. There's also approval for a consultant to perform PIO work, one that's been renewed for years instead of properly bringing on that work in-house like two other campuses do. On top of that is the several millions of dollars being spent on the Sheriff's Department. So please consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mallory. Is Mallory in the room?
No, Mallory is not. We'll move on to Clovie Novak.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Great. I'm a current student at Berkeley City College and at Merritt College. I'm just echoing calls to end the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. This past spring semester offered a firsthand glimpse at how systemic racism and structural inequality with profound disadvantages for Black and Brown Peralta students in real time. When my previously max enrolled classes finally resumed online after the 3-week recess, the small fraction of remaining students were overwhelmingly white. While no organization or institution was truly prepared when the pandemic hit, there can now be no excuse for failing to address the stark inequalities it amplified and affirmed. It is an insult to learn that PCCD gives $4.1 million to the Alameda Sheriff's Office, notorious for its civil and human rights abuses and disproportionate criminalization and brutalization of Black, Brown, and poor folks in Alameda County. How many laptops could that $4.1 million fund? How much housing? How much food? The time is now to demonstrate in dollar and deed that Black lives matter, Black minds matter, and Peralta will stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. Suzanne, Linda, Molly, Dasim, Angela, Caroline, any of those individuals in the room? And Mark. Any of those individuals in the room?
Am I to speak?
Hi, Linda, yes.
Okay,
Please
good
do.
evening all. This is Coach Thompson at COA. Although I love and support all of our students, the district cannot defund the Alameda County Sheriffs as the level of crime would increase on our campuses. Each time I have called the sheriff, they handled each situation with professionalism. In 1995, my friend, Lieutenant Stovall, an employee of the Peralta Services back then, was killed by a criminal running through Laney College. Criminals don't care. Therefore, the district cannot use merit safety aids, our students, to keep us safe or to de-escalate criminal activities. Some of the criminals that enter our campus carry weapons, and safety aids cannot physically handle those encounters. and I do not support using the City of Alameda Police at COA, as they would create a hostile environment on our campus. For my College of Alameda president, Tim Karras, I'd like to thank you for the blood, sweat, and tears you put into improving and supporting our campus. I love you and I miss you very much. And when we come to Mendocino College to play them, you better sit on our side. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, Dasim, Angela, are any of you in the room? Molly Sealand, Dasim Na.
We'll go to Mallory Bartle.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So today, first of all, my name is Mallory. I'm the chair of the engineering department at Laney College. Today, I'd like to urge the board to end the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. Earlier this year, the Sheriff's Department showed up in riot gear and excessive weaponry to evict mothers and children from a home in West Oakland. The Sheriff's Department is responsible for the death of DeJuan Armstrong in Santa Rita Jail. The sheriff has retweeted a video from a white nationalist, and they have repeatedly collaborated with ICE. There's no room at Laney College for an organization with this track record. I'd also like to comment on the racist and xenophobic comments made by instructor Matthew Hubbard. I don't think that these comments are acceptable. They're disgusting, and I don't think this instructor should be allowed to teach our students. I would also like to request that all Peralta faculty, staff, and administrators receive diversity training within the next year. Also, thank you, Tamil. You will be greatly missed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. Do
Next.
we want to go?
Yeah,
Yes.
Angela, I see.
Angela.
Angela?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, my name is Angela. I'm a person of color and I'm a student at all of the Peralta campuses and as well as a safety aide for approximately 5 semesters. I would like to say that I agree to keep our deputies on campus. For instance, at the Alameda Annex Lab, Deputy Martinez is loved and known for being a good deputy. Beyond his kind acts, uncomfortable situations have occurred there and he was close by to respond and carefully to resolve the incidents. OPD already has complaints upon them in regards to not being responsive to calls fast enough. Our deputies have built a strong connection with students and staff, and it is deputies like Martinez and Fahimi, etc., who have served a good example for people in law enforcement. One example would be the incident at Laney where they apprehended a guy who had a fake gun, and the situation could have resulted in a death, and that thankfully did not occur. Please don't forget the sexual assaults and rapes that have occurred on campuses. Please don't forget why the contract with the Sheriff's Department was started in the first place. And it was because security personnel was not trained and did not have enough protection, and that led him to losing his life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Caroline or Mark Rozon? Caroline Lopez, Mark Rozon.
Hello.
Hi, Caroline.
Hi. So I am also a safety aided woman of color as well. So pretty much we only get about 20 hours of training. So you cannot leave this job just to us. We are also not armed and we are only trained to observe and report. Security guards in the past have been caught sleeping or even drinking on the job. So pretty much I'm hearing we don't need police services, but at the same time, in just the past 2 semesters, we had 3 campus shooter threats, 1 almost abduction, an attack of a student with a sledgehammer, not to mention numerous of medical emergencies. ACSO is always the first to respond. Also, Peralta issued a restraint and allowed teachers to bar ICE from coming into the district already. So they took a stance for undocumented students. Also, in terms of mental health, we had a mental health issue where a man wanted to kill himself, and the deputies were first to respond within minutes and actually de-escalated the situation. And if we want to talk about funds, we can actually look at these salaries that are actually being allocated to the vast amount of administrators that overrule in the district, Peralta district, and overrule the students that there actually is in the district. So in the fiscal report of Peralta district, it came out to be employee compensation is the largest budgetary expense for the district. So we want to talk about funds. We start.
Next we have, let's see, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark Razan, sorry, geography instructor. I'm here to stand in solidarity with Tamil. Thank you for your great contribution to Laney in 3 short years. She led Laney with a clear sense of purpose to stabilize the college during fiscal and administrative uncertainty. I know this because I was on the college council and I saw how she advanced the college goals and objectives, which were always about inclusion. And all the while, she was dealing with chaos and crisis not of her making, like the foisting of the A's on Laney College, the FICMAT demands, ACC, JC compliance. In fact, she is 6 minutes shy of 100 hours of work on that report. Dealing with the fire watch debacle, generator blackouts, student center closure, non-functional elevators, constant budget weirdness, a global pandemic, forced digital instruction, and most recently xenophobia. All these on top of doing her real job, which is running Laney College to the best of her ability. How a talent like hers could not be retained doing whatever it took is way beyond me, but it means more chaos and crisis for Laney College, finding somebody in a pandemic. So what can I say? Thank you, Dr. Gilkerson, for your service to Peralta.
Thank you,
Mark. Then we've got Tracy Silva, Michael Cooper.
Tracy Silva.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm part of the Ridgemont neighborhood and I'm joining the call to ask for security support of the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. We live near Merritt College and are concerned about the fireworks situation every year around July 4th. But this year it's even worse with the illegal fireworks all over the Bay Area, and there's a lot in Oakland. So as other neighbors have expressed, we need enforcement to keep people with fireworks out of Lot B, and we would appreciate seeing sheriff's deputies in the area, especially on July 4th, but any other time around then. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Michael Cooper.
Hello.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
Go ahead, Michael.
Hello and thank you. I'm Michael Cooper, the new incoming president-elect of the Associated Students of Merritt College. I have a few topics, so I'll try to be quick. Firstly, I want to inform you all that you have an incredible new resource blossoming in Peralta's garden. Our district has birthed a veritable wave of ambitious new student leaders. We are invested in going far above and beyond the expectations to make massive impacts in our schools and communities. We only need an increased investment of time and mentorship to guide our potential. Secondly, I appreciated today's campus safety and security forum, but I fear concluding with an asynchronous Q&A and this time during public comment is not enough to address the needed dialogue. I wish to request another campus security and safety forum focused on the Q&A element. Thirdly, to the council and community, I want you to know that I work actively to support extreme reform in law enforcement and the justice system, though as it stands, the idea of losing some form of armed security on campus terrifies me. I want you all to be aware that on the night of our first major demonstration, Friday, May 29th, a federal agent was assassinated during the protests, during a suspect associated with a group known as the Boogaloo Boys, an extreme alt-right terrorist group with an expressed intent.
Okay, our other two individuals are Miguel Vega, and we already had Kari Napoli, so just Miguel Vega.
He is not in the room. We do have a few, though, that came in late into the room whose names were called already.
Okay.
So we will go to Dawn Strauzes.
Yes.
Hello, this is Dawn.
Yes, hi.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to do this. Over the years, I've been the co-chair of our Safety and Security Committee at the Crown Ridge Homeowners Association, which is part of Ridgemont community that's right next door to the Merritt campus. We've worked over the years with both Merritt College management and the Sheriff's Department to help reduce crime issues in the area as well as homeless encampments, which have actually caused fires on Lot B in the past. Of immediate concern now of retaining the Alameda County Sheriff's presence on Merritt College is related to July 4th and their ability to deter large crowds that have historically gathered to watch and light off their own fireworks in Lot B. The Lot B has been overrun in the past and people have spilled over into the campus, and OPD has been called and they've never been able to respond. So we have to rely on the sheriff's abilities to take care of these crowds and mitigate fire issues, which is our primary concern in our community. We also, over the last couple of days, gathered petitions from our community and provided them to you. It was 62 signatures from our community, and I know there's more that we're not able to sign because they were out of town.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
We have Amber Piat. Amber? Hi, Amber.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Amber Akemi Pyatt, and I am a proud community college alum. I am also a resident of Alameda County, and I'm a public health worker. I work for a national nonprofit called Human Impact Partners, and I'm really here to talk about the fact that policing is known to be a public health emergency, and we are in full support of terminating the contract with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office in the name of advancing health equity. We know that policing results in high rates of death and injury, not just in the form of murder. We know that stops by police, witnessing police violence, and living in heavily policed communities all harm health. And really, the American Public Health Association, which is the largest membership organization for public health workers in the country, has put forward a policy statement on what we can do to address law enforcement violence from a place of evidence. And one of the core evidence-based approaches is to divest from law enforcement and invest in the social determinants of health. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Matthew Hubbard. Matthew Hubbard.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to apologize for the emails that I sent to my student, Cook Nguyen. I want to apologize to everyone who has read them, though I have no idea what that number is. I promise in future not to be racist, but more than that, to be anti-racist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, I do not see, oh, we do have Lisa Williams. Lisa Williams?
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi, thanks for taking my my time here. I also, like Dawn Strousa, live in Crown Ridge, and we are right next to Merritt. We do have problems every year with people going crazy 4th of July, lighting off firecrackers in the Merritt parking lots, crowding the entire neighborhood. The problem we have is fire. Everything is dry right now, and it's windy, and we're in the warm season. So our big concern right now is July 4th fire danger that's going to happen. It happens every year. The sheriff has been an extreme help in the past on this, and I would appreciate if you would at least consider keeping them for the July 4th problems that occur up here, all around here. And that's it.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, I do not see anyone else with their hands raised in the attendee room. If there are any other attendees that have not spoken yet, please raise your hands so I know. I don't see any hands raised, so Madam Vice President, that is the end of the public speakers.
Thank you, Madam President. That is the end of our public speakers.
Thank you both so much, and thank you to all the speakers who came forward tonight. We appreciate hearing all of your voices. And so, Madam Clerk, I believe we decided that we were going to move item 10.2 up to this point, which is right after public communication. Is that correct? Can you verify if that's what we decided to do?
That is correct. But if we can first just take, because Chancellor, would you like and prefer that we take the first reading of the bond item before this, 10.2?
Trustee Bonilla.
I think we didn't move the bond item. We moved 10.2.
Right. I recommended it, but we didn't move it.
Right.
It's towards the beginning. It's towards the beginning of the agenda, though.
I understand. We just have a lot of speakers, and so I'd like to move through this 10.2 and then move on with the rest of our agenda, since the majority of the speakers were on this particular item. Mm-hmm. So we'll go ahead and move to action item 10.2. Consider approval of Amendment 3 for the contract extension with Alameda County Sheriff's Office to provide police services to the Peralta Community College District for an additional 1-year term in the amount of either $3,370,497.64 or, and I'm not sure why we have an or in here, or is that an up to, but or $3,848,221.61, dependent on the security model selected. May I have a motion?
Madam Vice President, if I may, before we actually get to the actual action item, we do have a presentation that is connected to the item, which is why
we have there is a presentation. There is a presentation, but we can go ahead and move a motion.
So moved.
And just it's been moved, and do I have a second?
Second.
Are you able to capture the second?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and we'll move forward with the presentation.
VC Sada.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor and members of the board. We appreciate the ability to share with you just a few updates from the last meeting that we had on June 9th. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here, if you give me 1 second. And what I'd like to share with you is that since the last meeting when we presented our first read, we highlighted that we had added or are considering adding a community-based security component to the overall security infrastructure for the Peralta Community College District. The idea would be to focus on well-being and mental health. This community-oriented security company would be non-armed, and they would focus on restorative justice and de-escalation tactics. Again, we had received input from 2 security surveys, one in 2017 and one in 2020. And we had, under President Gilkerson's leadership, she sponsored a community forum, which was very well attended, featuring Restoring Our Communities program at the college. And based on the ideas put forth by Zach Norris, the author of We Keep Us Safe. And the idea was through healing harm and building community. We had several outreach opportunities to the mayor's office, 2 city council members, community groups, and of course, Oakland Police Department and the Alameda County Sheriffs. And as well, we ran the plan and different ideas past several governance committees, including the Security Committee, the Health and Safety Committee, the District-wide Facilities Committee, And then we actually had a community workshop panel and had several speakers today, and the meeting was well attended. We had 90 plus members come and view it, and we had Dr. Lawrence Van Hook, Chris, who is the president of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs. We had Chris Iglesias, the CEO of the Unity Council. We had the Reverend Cheryl Ward, community leader, and Kimberly Mayfield Lynch, the Black woman organized for political action and the dean of the School of Education at Holy Names University. And finally, Ann Jenks, who is an organizer, community organizer with the Coalition for Police Accountability. They all spoke about community-oriented security and their ideas about how we could better put together a model. And then finally, I wanted to share with you that there is an RFP out for a community-oriented security model that is, again, based on de-escalation tactics and asks for restorative justice concepts, written for companies that would understand those terms and would be able to supply that sort of approach. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Anthony Fennell. He was the person who prepared the report for you. And we have, and he'll walk you through the models that we bring back to you this evening based on the feedback and input you provided to us on June 9th. Mr. Fennell?
Yes, thank you. Looking at the screen here. Okay, yeah. So based on the feedback we received from June 9th, I went back and working with Dr. Sada, we put together various configurations of the model up for recommendation. Now, obviously the existing model is included in here, and if you look at the diagram, you will see where we tried to cover, show you in comparison what each model entails. So the first one is heavily focused on Alameda County Sheriff's personnel, but it also includes the private security, the security aides, and does not include the community-based services. But then with the first Model 1, we limit the number of Alameda County Sheriff personnel and add into the community-based personnel, as well as maintaining the security aides. We also limit the private security personnel. And you'll see that it is a little higher estimated cost, but we have no Alameda County Sheriffs at Merritt College. Model number 2, we again took down the number of Alameda County Sheriff personnel and reduced their overall numbers, and also included some sheriff personnel at Merritt College, and this was based on feedback from that we received from the community neighborhood groups from Merritt, around Merritt, and increased again the number of community-based personnel to offset the sheriff's deputies that we removed. And in each of these models, we tried to maintain a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week dispatch coverage from the sheriff's department, but actually limited the number of sworn deputies that were on campus. Model number 2A, as you can see, we shifted, I believe that's the one we shifted from having a lieutenant and a sergeant to 2 sergeants, and again, increase the number of community-based personnel and the number of student aides.
That was also, Mr. Fennell, that was 2A was the one where we reduced the dispatch services to
And dispatch, yes, you're correct.
hours.
And the dispatch service was reduced to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So in 2A, you would lose the overnight dispatch service as well as the weekend dispatch service. But you also maintain coverage, again, at Merritt College. The Model 3, which is not viable based on conversations with Alameda County Sheriff's Department, but it severely limits the number of officers. Basically, we were told that if that model were selected, that Alameda County Sheriffs would not agree to it. And it just provided only for dispatch with a supervisor from the Sheriff's Department to cover dispatch, and then shifted all of the security services to the community-based group that would be selected, student aides, and also private security. And then the last model I was asked to look at what it would take to create an in-house, we say police force, but it actually be a security, public safety or security department for PCCD. And this is based off the model that San Mateo Community College District is currently using, and looking at their model and how many of the processes that they use could be implemented within PCCD and the approximate costs associated with implementing that. There would be some upfront and extensive upfront expense to create such a model. It would still require some kind of interim service as this model was built out, from hiring and setting up the organizational structure, and then getting the training and all of the necessary equipment. But then afterwards, then maintaining the model would be pretty consistent with the overall $6 million expense that is already being utilized for your security and safety model. And each of these models also would have the component of the de-escalation techniques that are employed by the community, mental health component that could be built out into that, and also the training for the student aides as they go through the program and earn the skills and learn the skills to, if they so choose, to go into law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Chancellor, is that portion of the presentation in our packet?
Yes. It should be there. It's in the PowerPoint presentation. Are you able to find it?
Okay, yeah, it's the last, just for the other trustees also, it's the last attachment in the series of documents that are in that.
And Trustee,
okay.
Trustee Bonilla,
yeah.
I'll ask VC Sata to give the correct or accurate information. But I do think that the way the contract is listed is that it has a clause in it that we can get out of the contract with 90 days notice. So if the board were to select any one of the models or determine that it wants a model that does not involve the sheriff's contract at all, we can affect that by just simply doing a small period of transition time. And one of the things that the board can consider is one, do you want to pass a contract that is less than a year and still has the 90-day clause in it that gives you transition time if you don't want the sheriffs at all? Or two, do you want to pass a contract that includes a year but still has the 90-day out clause that allows us to transition if you don't want to have the sheriff's component as a part of the model at all? So I just wanted to let you all know that so that you can take that in consideration as you consider what you want.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Yeah.
I have Trustee Brown in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to say real quickly, Tamil, I didn't know you were leaving. I'm heartbroken, but we'll talk about that later. With regard to the policing contract, this is a 4-year journey. The first time the contract was up for review, I made a motion that we have a review of the policing services so that we could study de-escalation and so that we could study internships for our students, so that we could consider whether it is a better value to have campus police that had training to deal with our student population in a more in a way that provided more dialogue and collegiality that would be tailored to a college campus, that we have mental health de-escalation crisis training. That was 4 years ago. That was before George Floyd. That was before Breonna Taylor. That was before about 30 in-custody deaths at Alameda Jail. What gets in our way, the reason it's 4 years is because we spend time running from pillar to post, restarting. We've had 4 chancellors in that 4 years. And we create our own problems by not reading the information, by not knowing that this is the model that was being provided, and by people presuming that they fully understand everything before reading it. That's part of structural racism. I want everybody to realize that when you spend your time going over, when you spend your time not focusing on student success, and when you spend your time not finding out what the facts are, and then you want to make a decision that's not studied, that's not focused, and that has not taken into account the efforts that have gone on for years, you prevent Black and Brown students from being recognized and from getting the type of services that they deserve. We do not need to be chasing our tail and being told to do a study when we have models in front of us. That's a mistake. That's a mistake of misinformation. And I think that we've got to make a decision about what's best for our students. There are campuses and cities trying to find alternative ways to handle policing, and we have one right in front of us. And I think that we have to give ourselves the opportunity to break through the gridlock that keeps this board from being functional and do something for our students. We need to look at this model and take it seriously and let the excitement of wanting to go to the Democratic club and say, send in your letters, or go to this club and that club. We have to let that come after students. We have to let the most important thing be reaching the community that's in our geographic location and making those people feel comfortable, and letting the people who are community leaders who have done the work let us speak to us, and letting the students who are in the forum speak to us. And everybody that has a comment, I appreciate it, but please read the packet. The work is right in front of you. We all need to realize that we have an opportunity to turn a corner on the manner in which Peralta receives its policing services. And it's not a simple either or. It's 3 options that are provided here. So I want to be abundantly clear that we have these options. I don't want to see the same type of misinformation that happened with the aides. There was never a proposal. You have to go through studies, you have to go through resolutions, you have to go through public notices, none of which happened. because there never was a proposal. So let's not tell lies about our own life. Let's look at the information, read the packet, and realize this is a golden opportunity to make a difference, to use the work we already have, and to make this campus less racist and more comfortable for our students and our community and our formerly incarcerated students, to walk the walk, to fulfill part of the Black Panther 10-point plan and have community policing. That's where the decision-making is, right in the packet, not in whatever you were told by whoever called you or came to your club, but right in front of us. This is what's here. And the students speak for themselves. So I want to talk about these models and have a motion to talk about these models and have a motion to talk about what we could actually do to be governance leaders as a board and provide our students with something worthwhile.
Trustee Brown, thank you for those comments, and I would like to encourage you to review, to continue and tell us, deliberate about the model that is before us. That is exactly what the motion on the floor is at this moment.
Well, actually, these models are fulfilling what we've talked about in terms of having mental health crisis de-escalation training, and not to have our students who, as the young woman said, had 20 hours of training be our front line of defense, but have our students as interns integrated into a program that's going to help change the way that campus security is delivered. And I think that we're probably going to have a number of community-based forums and probably work with some existing organizations. If we don't get responses back on the RFP, I think we're going to have to grow and develop our own and piece together our own type of security, community-based security services. When I say we, I mean Peralta. The staff is probably going to have a series of meetings and try and educate people on these models, because they haven't been circulated widely to get a broad vendor pool. So there's probably going to have to be more work on the operations side. That's what I'm presuming, because there wasn't a lot of understanding about what this was, so that there can be a security services provided that actually will give us what we're asking for. And it's laid out in the RFP, the scope of work that we have provided. It's also in the board packet. And that is the item, if anybody has the board packet in front of them, it is it's the model that talks about providing, it's called Peralta, it's the RFP. And if you go to page attachment 9, exhibit 9, that's the scope of work, and it describes exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about services that include non-armed campus security, but also having first responders in nonviolent situations requiring de-escalation tactics. We would have, for active shooter or for dangerous situations, there'd be the dispatch that was already explained. There would be walking the campus with 2 communication devices, engagement with student, staff, faculty, and administrators, ensuring that the main doors are opened and disarmed at the beginning and end of school day, and making sure that there's visitor information and visitor check-in, escort service for students to parking lots as needed, and attendance at student leader organization meetings on a regular basis. There's 16 things that are listed here. So I think that there probably is going to need to be some additional community engagement and forums to make sure that people can respond to this RFP if we don't get enough responses. And I'm just saying that not because I'm involved in the operations, but because that's how it goes if you don't get enough RFP responses. But we actually have a chance to do something real. We actually have a chance to change the way we provide our services. And we need to look at what's in front of us and make solid commitments that are based on putting our students first and investing in our students, and not talking about things that are not before us. We're not talking about having a continuation of some oppressive racist slave patrol. We're talking about changing the face of policing and doing something different. So let's not make a mistake and think that we're in a different room talking to different people. This is what we have a chance to do, these models that are in front of us.
Trustee Brown, thank you so much for your comments. And please note, you're the first trustee speaker on this. So I don't know that any of what you had said previously about not doing or not discussing things that we haven't had a discussion yet. This is our first opportunity. And I thank you for leading us down that pathway of constructive dialogue. So I will open up to other trustees. Are there any other trustees in the queue? I'm not seeing any hands being raised.
Madam President, I see Trustee Yuan's hand.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez, yes. You unmute yourself.
Am I good here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, I want to thank the staff for getting to the report. I think I'll speak for myself. I've experienced an enormous amount of frustration with this item, where it just could not have been more clear year after year after year what the policy direction of the board was. And then last year, the board having to vote to defund the contract, only to be told, no, we need to refund, we need to do this and we'll get to this. So it's coming extraordinarily late. I feel like we're being asked again to renew a contract at the very last minute. I do very much appreciate the comments of the Chancellor that we could do less than a year. Last year, they seemed to say no, that weren't willing to consider that, and that we could, with 90 days notice, terminate the contract. So I think that gives us some options. I'd like to also echo the comment of my colleague who just said we need some more work on this. We've got some models here, but they're not really developed enough that we can understand them. I have a few questions that I'd like to put out, and I'd like to just preface this by saying that I think it's going to be impossible for us to make a decision tonight and say, oh yeah, this is the contract we want, because I think we're not going to be able to understand this well enough. But I've got a couple of questions that are just concrete questions. I don't understand some things. For example, dispatch services. I'm not sure why we're having dispatch services if, in fact, what we said is we don't have the sheriffs at Berkeley City. And it seems to me that the model is to eliminate sheriffs from Merritt, and at least as of the last presentation, eliminate sheriffs from the College of Alameda. So that would leave it at Laney in the district office. I'm not sure what the dispatch is then. And so an explanation of what the dispatch services do, why we need them, would be helpful. I'd also like to understand if, in fact, we're proposing the idea of eliminating the sheriff's contract at Merritt College, providing some other services, why that can't be done at Laney College. Why wouldn't we do the same thing at Laney College as we're contemplating at Merritt College? So those are two quick questions. And then I'll just in general say, look, it's clear that we have individual sheriff's department personnel on our campuses who, by all, appearances, seem to be kind people, thoughtful people, competent people. I can't speak to them all, but, my interactions with the sheriffs and with their presentations and hearing testimony from various people who interact with them, it seems like this isn't a question of like, oh, that particular officer is horrible. They may be, but that's not the evidence that I think we're getting. But I think what we are considering is the institution of the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. And I think that many of us have a problem with the institution of the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. I think the other substantive thing that's worth considering is when we have armed personnel as our go-to response, I think we get situations like that was spoken of at Merritt College, where somebody calls the cops on students. And then, what you end up with is not a de-escalation, but in fact, an intimidation. And the fact that somebody comes with a sidearm to talk with somebody who's at the library or studying or whatever it is, it's just an inappropriate level of response. And it can't be our go-to. We have to have all sorts of other infrastructure in place before we get to that, so that is really, really, really the last resort. So I do have those two questions about dispatch, and then why not do that at Laney? And then the very last thing I'll say is we're entering a period where we don't have anybody on the campuses hardly to speak of. If we were ever going to do a transition where we said, just pull the plug, we don't need the sheriff on our campuses. We could have all sorts of other things, but we don't have a lot of people on these campuses. Now would be the time to do it. It seems to me that it would be an immediate cost savings. So I'll pause in my remarks there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Chancellor, I can keep going, or would you like to respond?
Yes, I'd like to thank you, Trustee Bonilla. I think that Trustee Gonzalez raises two really good questions. The first question is he asked about dispatch, and I'm going to ask VC Sada to talk about that, lest I reveal the limits of my knowledge of police activity. And so I'll ask him to talk about that. The second question that he asked is, well, if you can remove sheriffs from Merritt, why couldn't you do that for Laney? You could, actually. I think that we ended up, there was some consideration given to the surveys, to the crime statistics, and to the forums that we gave. And that was a recommendation that that Laney is a more urban centered college situated differently than the physical location of Merritt. So there was a recommendation that we pare down the response to have traditional law enforcement continue at Laney, along with the community organizations, along with the student organization, the student program, and private security. But you absolutely could not have armed response at Merritt College as well. And as I was listening to the discussion and the community feedback, et cetera, I was trying to figure out, which of these models gets you to where you where you're trying to be. If the interest of the board is to say, as Trustee Ewan put forth, look, we don't want to have traditional law enforcement. We don't want to have an armed response. We want to have a different type of safety and well-being for our students. Then it could be that you vote to make a statement that you want to sever the relationship or the contract with AXO, and you want to adopt an amended Model 2A for 6 months to allow for transition. And the board would be able to say, sever the relationship. The relationship end is set, as well as a transition so that you can have that smooth transition. So that is a possibility, an approach, Trustee Ewan, that could result in what you're speaking to. And regarding the dispatch, Trustee Bonilla, do you mind if I ask VC Sada to answer that question?
Before Chancellor, you do that, there was one other piece that I heard Trustee Gonzalez mention, which is if there was a time to transition, no time better than now when there are no students on campus. Can you address that issue? What does that look like?
No, I think he's right on that. That the fact that we're sheltering in place, there's a difference right now. So a lot of the data show that the issues that we deal with on the campuses, there are some very serious issues, but many of them, particularly at this time, are property damage. So that's actually, I think he's on point.
Thank you for that, Chancellor. And then you were going to ask VC Sada.
And if I can ask VC Sada to talk about dispatch.
Sure. So the way our security system is set up is that we use a centralized dispatch, and all phone calls actually are routed to our own Alameda County Sheriff's Dispatch Office. And they have several people that work in that office that do a couple of different things. Primarily, they are watching the cameras and the overall security network that are set up on the 4 campuses. And they are also the ones that triage the calls, if you will, and send out the officers to address whatever the issues are. And to Trustee Ewan's point, if you'll let me share one more diagram here. This is something that we were using as we were discussing this in our governance process. But if you can see it, that if there's an issue currently, our dispatchers really only have 2 choices. They can call the Alameda Sheriff's into action, or they can ask our private security guards to go check out the issue and come up with a resolution. And what we're proposing in these plans, particularly Plan 1, 2, or 2A, is that if there's an issue, they go to dispatch, and dispatch then has an additional choice that they don't currently have, which is to call out a community-based wellness team, which may have folks that have different types of training, including the ability to de-escalate a situation, so that you don't have to have people showing up to use, again, Trustee Ewan's words, somebody showing up with a sidearm. So the models that we're proposing in the plan add this component, and what we're doing is we're defunding AXO to a certain degree, and we're using those funds to pay for this new component, community-based wellness team. And that is what the RFP that Trustee Brown was reading is out for right now. It's this extra component. So we're trying to add that extra layer and provide the dispatch office with some choices. So we still need the dispatchers. If we don't have the dispatchers, then we are purely relying on the more traditional, you're either calling 911 or you're calling the non-emergency number. But currently the dispatch handles that for us on campus. That answered your question.
Thank you for that. I believe I've had Trustee Weinstein in the queue, and then I see Trustee Handy also.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for the, thank you for the report that we received in the packet. I have a few specific questions, actually. If I read the Berkeley City College statistics, it looked like it had 700 incidents. And then it actually then went to the actual college, which had, I think, 60 some odd incidents. So the 700 incidents are the incidents around Berkeley City College. And if that's the case, I'm sorry, I'm very hoarse. If that's the case, isn't there a Berkeley police that deals with that? So that's a question that I have.
Chancellor, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please do, through Trustee Bonilla. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. So, Trustee Weinstein, so we have an agreement at Berkeley City College with the Berkeley City Police. And so when a call comes in from BCC, our dispatchers are routed over to the Berkeley City Police. So each campus has a slightly different model, and that's our current model. We have an arrangement with the Berkeley City Police Department. The overall statistics that you were looking at were provided by the review that Mr. Fennell did. And one of the challenges at Berkeley is because it's so close to downtown and University Avenue, I believe, in Shattuck, it was hard to pull the data out about the crime that was specifically related to our college campus as opposed to general crime stats really in the middle of downtown Berkeley. And also, if you have more specific questions about that, Mr. Fennell can probably answer them.
Okay, so I did want to just make sure I'm clear. The main thing that, the main thing for Berkeley City College, and each one I think you're saying is different, is that basically something happens at either the college or outside of the college, and the Alameda sheriff gets the call, and then they send it to Berkeley City Police if it's off campus. So they're getting the call and then they're sending it. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, yes, Trustee Weinstein, if I could just add that the number of incidents that were that I gathered from around the campus were incidents that Berkeley PD and or BART PD responded to. Those incidents were not necessarily driven by the Alameda County Sheriff Dispatch at Peralta. Those incidents, they were sourced from on-view stuff or other 911 calls. The 60 incidents that you also referenced, those 60 incidents, that data was gathered from the Peralta annual clarity reports, and it's not specific to Berkeley. It includes all 4 of the campuses. And in fact, Berkeley, I believe, only may have had 1 incident that was 1 or 2 incidents for last year that were reported in the Cleary report. I'd have to pull the actual report, but they were very, very small numbers. And none of the 700 incidents were related back to Berkeley campus at all. They were all in the surrounding neighborhood, and there was no direct ties to the campus.
All right, so I'm sorry, I just want to follow this a little bit more. Thank you for sharing that. So when we're talking about paying the Peralta, the sheriff department, what exactly are we paying them for in Berkeley?
So if I may, I'm going to put the chart up again here. 1 second, please.
And I'm not just concerned about Berkeley, but I'm just using this as an example. What exactly are we paying them for?
Okay, so currently the way Berkeley City College works is the Alameda County Sheriff's Dispatch Center, or a centralized dispatch, they have a memo of understanding with the Berkeley City Police. And so when a deputy is needed on the campus, they are dispatched by the Alameda County Sheriff's Dispatch, which is, again, on our district office, and they dispatch a Berkeley City Police person to that campus. So currently, here's the existing model here. Berkeley City College, you can see, does not have access to our typical access services. That's why this is a blank box.
Though it says AXO dispatch 24/7.
That's correct, because currently our current contract, we utilize AXO dispatch 24/7, 365. So the yellow model here is our current contract. And you can see here, these first three columns are AXO services. One is a dispatch model, which is what we have 24/7, 365, with our AXO service level of a lieutenant, a sergeant, and several deputies. We have some private security at Berkeley City College, and we do not utilize our security aides there. And so this matrix tries to explain what we use at each of our campuses.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I've studied it, but I appreciate you being more specific about that. One other thing I just want to say is that it does seem as if there has been a lot of outreach. I received something today saying that there was I think an online or a meeting today to discuss, as you said, that there were speakers, et cetera, about safety and race. And I would like to hear that. And so I will listen to that at another time. In listening to our students, there is not one just position. Some students are saying they need help, particularly at Merit, and some students are saying take that money and use it for something else. So it's when we're listening to the students and we're listening to the community, we have to be aware of the fact that there are differences of opinions. And that's what makes it even more difficult. Thank you.
Sure, if I may just build on what you studied.
Thank you, Trustee Handy.
Weinstein.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm staring right at Trustee Handy. Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. I'm sorry, VC Sada, were you going to bring up another issue or clarify?
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. I just wanted to clarify that on June 9th, we presented a model where we had taken the services away from Merit College. But the two models, based on the comments that we heard on June 9th, both Model 2 and 2A reestablish some presence at Merit College with a single deputy. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Handy?
Yes. Are we going to take the chart down? Okay. All right. So just while we're at, did they put back the officer for College of Alameda? Because the suggestion last week was remove one from Merritt College and remove the one from Merritt College and to utilize the public policing for Alameda.
No, ma'am, we did not. So neither Scheme 2 nor 2A reestablished AXO at College of Alameda. In both cases, we would rely on the local Alameda Police Department.
Yeah, and okay, and Alameda policing is problematic. And they're going to have to go through some cultural competency too, and it's not something that we would. That's not something that we need to talk about. That there is a very negative history with Alameda and policing and people of color, and we cannot ignore that as we make those decisions about how we're going to keep that campus safe. There's a couple of things that I wanted to say. One, we have a lot of the world woke up 2 weeks ago, and now everybody is demanding this and demanding that. We have been working on this for quite a few years, and what we see tonight is what we asked to bring forward with the changes that we asked to bring forward. Some tweaking will need to happen, but when people ask me about it, I said, we have already been addressing this issue, and we want you to support us as we find the way to defund it. This, which means the whole world is going to be scrambling at the same time if they defund Oakland police and all these different. We don't have in the wings the private organizations, security organizations. We don't have in the wings our own student ambassador securities, but we need to reinstate that. We need to have a program because it can't just be, okay, it's the students now, we're going to count on them to be there, because student lives aren't like that. They may not be able to show up that day or whatever. So I like the idea of it being associated with a training program, possibly a credit program that will take them or encourage them to get involved with law enforcement or something else. We do need a lot of feet on the ground in bright yellow vests walking around at Merritt College at nighttime. We also need to make sure that all of our cameras and security are operating and all of our phones are operating, because it's a vast campus. And I hear what the neighbors are saying. I've heard it enough years that we really should have somebody automatically there during this season to make sure that their homes don't get burned down and that ours don't get burned down. There's someone blocking the parking lot. Many years ago, I started I've been an activist my entire life, but I was with Oakland Coalition of Congregations. And we were the group that brought the first report cards on the schools, Oakland Unified Schools, but we also worked on the policing issue. And at that time, there was private policing, which was a huge chunk of their budget. And we worked with the city, and Oakland Coalition of Congregations was churches, synagogues, mosques, all coming together to seek the will of the city. And it was determined that students, children, are citizens of Oakland, and that taxpayers' money should be also, that's going towards policing, should also be responsible for supporting our schools. And that to have a private organization while we still had the outside organization. So at that point, the policing was taken out of the schools. Unfortunately, it wasn't as well known as how disastrous it is to have untrained police officers coming onto our campuses. So the idea was there, and you see, we're utilizing that in a couple of places. We're utilizing that in Berkeley, and to call them as opposed to calling the sheriff. And there's one other, I believe, that you mentioned. I think that that's a thing that needs to be explored a little bit more. But at the same time, Oakland is being pushed to defund as well. So there's going to be limitations in the next few years, but we're going to get to this. Another issue that we have that has come to me from some administrators is that a big problem we had, and we heard it from our student, is faculty calling the security on our students, where security being called by faculty to come up to address any issue should not allow themselves to be revved up by the emotions of the caller. I mean, all of you, you'd have to live in the underground to not to have seen weekly people making false accusations that set people up to be arrested, tased, handcuffed, and all of that. So when we look at the issues that we have to change it systemically. And one of the issues that has to be at the top of it is cultural competency on behalf of our administrators, but in our classroom. I am so sorry that we made the New York Times and hit everywhere across the nation. But this is what I've been talking to you guys about for years. And when these complaints come in, there's nowhere for it goes. It starts going into HR and then it drops into a hole. So I am so upset that it was Peralta that became in the limelight. But I am glad for the community colleges that, because we are working on plans and how do we make the state chancellor's call to action really happen. And the things that we were talking about in that webinar are the systemic issues that promote and support the things that indirectly or directly impact negatively on our students and our retention. So that was just another piece that I wanted to throw in that. I think that when you say we need to have the mental health teams, okay, so as my mom would say, you're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, because we don't have mobile crisis here that's effective. I worked in psych day treatment, and I did not want my patients ever to be, when they decompensated, we didn't want to call the police. In Berkeley, there's a mobile crisis team that was trained that can come in and talk someone down off of the ledge and safely move them to get help. We don't have that in Oakland. So we don't have that in our neighboring cities. So to have the mental health professionals that can help to de-escalate, it is a great idea, but I would say that's 1 to 2 years in the making as well. So I commend us for doing our homework and doing due diligence and moving it to the point where we have the option to insert alternatives. I would love to see a lot of the money that we spend for policing or for security move to, again, a student-based program where we could be paying work-study monies to our students, supporting our students, and they can be walking the campus and bringing the goodwill as also the security to their fellow campus members. My personal thought on policing is that police, especially the police department, they do not prevent crime. They report and document the crime after the fact. So when something happens, you'll see 6 and 7 police cars all at one part, and you see a lot of them standing around. And then the next thing is they're going to be spending hours filling out the paper. So what they're doing are administrative pieces. And we could have the whole police department, we could save millions of dollars by having people who have much better administrative skills than police officers documenting what took place and moving on. Community policing, we've taken away our NCPCs. We've done a lot of things that have put us in the situation that we are now. And we also ignore our communities and our students when they tell us of the negative things that have happened. What I see is that in the past couple of years, when we've been talking about taking this contract down, that we have been able to cut some areas in it. And we also have gotten the Sheriff's Department to really participate in what we want in terms of their reactions with our students. Yes, you're going to have negative stories, you're going to have positive stories, but I'm sorry, having the chief, I hear a lot of people comment on the chief, who is a horrible racist person, whatever, but that person is not on our campus. So I'm looking at what we have in the Sheriff's Department, the relationship that the sheriff's deputies have created with our students, and how we can transition, but not be penny wise and pound foolish and end up, one incident on our campus would be a lawsuit in the millions. Not to mention any injury happening to our students. So we cannot just say, boom, we're defunding today, and then we're gonna call in untrained officers. One of the most scary things is somebody with a gun who has had 10 or 15 hours of training, and their perception of you, and for African-American men, our color is considered a concealed weapon. So we can't just go and do that. So I don't want to be reactionary. 2 weeks ago, our last board meeting, I got a text from a community member that said, I'm hoping that you guys won't be reactionary. They said, if you want to look at our 3 strikes law, that which gravely impacts people of color, that is a direct result of the poly class and our quick movement into giving the people something. It was a reactionary movement, and we're still trying to dismantle that, and we'll never dismantle the impact it's had on lives. So I think that where others are just starting at this, fortunately, Peralta is ahead of the game on this, and that we need to make the choice of what the options that we have here of what works for us right now while we're transitioning. And at the same time, we're going to have information on who are these mental health people that are going to come in, because it's a great idea, but we don't already have that existing structure. How we can have a training program. What does that look like? And can it be work study so we can move monies over there? Is it even feasible to move money from one area to another? I hear a lot of people say, we'll take the money here and put it somewhere else. A lot of the public just don't understand that there are committed funds and you can't just swap it like that. So those are the things that we have to look at. So I think I've given you a lot of food for thought, but I just think it's very, very important that our students be the most important thing, which is their safety, daytime, nighttime. I want to see people walking around in the shiny vest all the time, because they even need their own protection, no matter what city it's in. give students a reason if they may be in class in the daytime, but if they can continue with during a shift in the evening, then we can get more students who would possibly engage. So there's a lot of creative things that we can do. So I think I've given my 2.5 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. I'll move to Trustee Reese. Vice President Reese.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you. I'm going to try to make this as concise as possible, but I do have several questions actually. So let's begin with last week. I sarcastically asked, following Fennell's study that AXO was used for about 30% of the calls appropriately. I asked about why the contract was not 30%. And obviously, I didn't mean that seriously. The real problem that I was subtly asking was the illogical nature of having the AXO contract be 70% of our total amount when we bundled together, as Fennell was saying, AXO, community, private security at about 5.4 million. That the AXO contract was 70% of that amount when their response was most appropriate for only 30% of the calls or the incidents. So given that context from a couple of weeks ago from the last meeting, as I look at the two amendments presented today, we have a 3.5 for, and I think I've got the numbers correct, 11 individuals, and 3.8 for 13 individuals, because it's got the 2 extra technicians. And I believe that that's correct. Again, like last week, the question that keeps on really heavily weighing on me is, when we don't have students on campus, why are we spending $4 million on a sheriff's contract? So that's my first, those are my first 2 statements, or my one statement and my one question. Now let's talk about the models. Vice Chancellor Sada, if you could put that up, that would be good. What was confusing to me when I looked at these models a few days ago was that you look at Model 2 and you look at Model 1, or Model 2 versus the existing model. And as I think about those 2 differences, obviously, Model 1 versus the existing model. Model 1 brings into the equation the community-based services that we really are putting a lot of emphasis on, because that is clearly what we want, what's been asked for the past several years, and it's important to our community and it's important to us. And as I look at those 2 amounts, there's a difference of about $200,000, right? So the additional component of the community policing is adding about 200,000, except for, and all things the same, all things equal, except no AXO at Merit. Now, when I go down to the bottom and I look at Model 5, is it? I may have my models wrong, but the very last model. Can you move down a bit?
I think it's 4.
So when I compare Model 4, yes. So when I compared Model 1, which is with the community policing, versus Model 4, what I thought was extraordinary was that the in-house policing was almost $2 million more. And not knowing the nuances, I really just looked at the check boxes. And if you compare Model 4 to Model 1, almost all the same boxes are checked, except you've got that last column, the 3, these over here that are being checked. But when you compare it to Model 1, all of the other ones are also checked. And so it didn't make sense to me that, given all of the other items, except for no AXO, it is $2 million more expensive. And I understand, of course, building an in-house, it's going to take some time and it's going to be expensive, but $8 million versus the $6 million. So that was extraordinarily bizarre to me. And if you could maybe speak to that, that would be good to hear. And then again, the question that keeps weighing on me is $4 million when we don't have students on campus really for the most part this semester, and who knows what's going to happen in the spring.
Thank you. Chancellor, would you like to address that?
Yes, I'd like VC Sata to address it.
Well, thank you, Chancellor. So, to answer your question specifically, I guess I want to point out to start that this Model 4 is an in-house model, but it also still includes security aids, the Student Security Aid Program, and the community-based policing. I'm sorry, I have those reversed. This is community-based policing, or community-based security, I should say, and this is Student Aid Program and an in-house model. So if you look at it apples to apples, I think it has this in-house model is still not necessarily cheaper based on the labor rates that Mr. Fennell did the research on and compared to what they're using over at the San Mateo Community College District, both in the numbers of person power and in the approximate pay rates. So, if one were to try to get this closer to the existing model, one could eliminate either the community policing or the student aid program or both. And if that were to happen, it would get, closer to the existing cost of security right now. Maybe Mr. Fennell, if you don't mind sharing the numbers that you learned. I don't remember how many deputies that they have at each campus at San Mateo. I know that the dispatch system there is only operating 5 days a week, the hours that were open. So there's several different nuances that make these plans different. But
yes, and
go ahead.
In the in-house model, part of that cost is what it would cost to say house approximately, not house, but equip approximately 30 staff members, additional staff members, their training, hire them, get vehicles. You still have a dispatch center. The dispatch services would still have to be covered, so there would be training there and possibly additional equipment that would need to be purchased. So that's just an approximate. So it's really almost that $2 million would go into just getting things set up and started. But I'm looking for, because in the report, I did include in the appendix the San Mateo org chart, and then also their their salary schedules for the different positions. And so it gives you, the low end and high end. And there's, for some of those positions, there's probably a $20,000 difference between the two or more. So I think when I looked at it, I used the high end of the salary for the estimate. And that a lot would depend on if you went that route, who you would hire and what their experience was as to what they would come in. So I just used the high end as the estimate, because then that factored in ancillary costs of actually getting the employee there. But you're looking at about 30 staff members. San Mateo has 3 campuses. So with the 4 campuses, it would still be roughly about 30 staff members plus supervisors.
And
the other thing that I was informed, if I can just add one last point, was that also when we're an in-house model, we inherit the liability for those officers as well.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you. My apologies.
Sure. We also inherit the liability and the responsibility for those officers. So we are, we have to train them, and our insurance policy is potentially affected by that as well.
And just to the last comment, in your analysis, Mr. Fennell, did you find that building it for San Mateo had incurred particular costs, but that over the years it ended up being financially more prudent, as well as maybe socially more prudent, at least as it related to the needs of the campuses?
Well, yeah, believe their current budget for their Department of Public Safety is about 5.3 million right now. So, and that's, I think last year it was about 5.1 million. And then it also includes their emergency management center and their emergency management services, which adds another, I want to say about $500,000 into that. So once it's built and once, it's up and running, then over time, yeah, it's going to level out. But just getting it started is an initial expense that's quite high.
Okay, thank you.
I have two hands in the queue. Let's see. I believe I have Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Gonzalez, you have to unmute yourself.
Muted. Yes? Am I unmuted now?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I think implicit and sometimes explicit in this discussion is a discussion or a debate about the approach that we're taking. And I'd like to just try to raise that up, because I think these different models kind of reflect different approaches, but I'm not seeing the approach that I would like. And I think that the question that we're asking is, what is the approach that we're taking to community safety? Are we taking a community approach to that, or are we taking a law enforcement approach to that? When I look at the San Mateo model, basically what we're rebuilding is a police force. And I think the whole notion of the rhetoric being used around defund the police is really, what are we doing here? What is the approach? What are we trying to accomplish, and how are we trying to accomplish that? I think the data that I've seen that was reported here is that there are certain situations where you need an armed response, unfortunately, but those are pretty rare. And that if you had a bigger presence, a deterrent presence, I think, Trustee Handy has talked about a lot of yellow vests around. If you have a deterrent approach and a community building approach and a community glue approach, then you avoid a lot of the security issues that might be inherent in or the dangers of a law enforcement approach. I was very mindful of the residents around Merritt College who were complaining about fireworks, and it struck me that we don't need armed officers to go and deal with people who are setting off fireworks. We could have a really different approach to that, and probably should. So I wanted to first say that. Secondly, I've got a specific question about the district office, because it seems to me that in a number of these plans, the district office has a law enforcement presence, and I never saw any data from the presentations that really justified why we would need a law enforcement presence, why we would need somebody who's armed at the district office. If that's needed, I'd like to hear the rationale behind it. Third, I'd like to understand what is the cost of the dispatch office. Now I understand dispatch takes all the calls everywhere and then triages and says, okay, well, maybe we need, a campus aide, maybe we need a mental health worker, et cetera. But what is the cost of that dispatch? And does that dispatch I understand that's skilled work. It's not easy taking a panicky call and then figuring out what is the appropriate approach. Who do we next call? So if we decide that we're going to have our own dispatch, what does that cost? Could that be brought in-house? What approach we have there? Fourth, I'm disturbed to see that the administration came back and put merit back in with the sheriffs. I heard a couple comments about sheriffs at merit, but I didn't see the data to support, oh, we definitely need sheriffs up at merit. In fact, it seemed as though the initial conclusion was we don't need sheriffs at merit. We had a couple comments, but I think you also have comments on the other side saying, well, maybe we really need to think what is the approach that we want at Merritt College. And I don't think we should be panicked into hiring people with guns, again, to come and be our community safety employees. I'll reiterate the San Mateo approach. It's just rebuilding the police. And again, I think the question is, do we need the police doing all this work? Do we need law enforcement, people with guns? I looked at that org chart and you have sworn officers who are carrying firearms, and that's why it's so expensive. And I'm not at all sure that that's the approach we want to take. I'm hearing mostly we don't want to take that approach except for in a very limited circumstance. So it seems to me we should just take that San Mateo model off the table, rebuild it ourselves. I understand that OPD or Alameda cops, maybe they're not the best people in the world for dealing with culturally sensitive issues and our students, et cetera. But it seems crazy to me that we would say, well, because there's racist cops in OPD or at College of Alameda or culturally insensitive or whatever language we want to use, that we would say, oh, well, so what we need to do is we need to hire our own people with guns and make sure that they're culturally competent. That just seems crazy that that's what we would have to do in response to local law enforcement not serving the community, that we would have to go and build it ourselves to do that. That I'm not confident about that approach. And so the question, the conclusion that I come to is this: where is the model where we do not include Peralta paying employees or contractors to carry guns? Where it's just like, if we take that off the table, we just say, look, that's not our business. We are not in the business of hiring and training and supervising people who carry weapons. If that's what we said, that is our philosophy, that is what our agreement is, then what would we do? And I know that's not an easy question, but I don't see that question being entertained here. And that's the question that I would like to see brought. That's the model I would like to see brought to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Chancellor, I do have Trustee Brown, who's been waiting very patiently, but I don't want you to lose that thought. Trustee Brown?
Yeah, I just want to bring this back to investing in the students, investing in the community, and not talking about caring about Black and brown bodies and caring about structural racism, but doing nothing. We have a tendency on this board when it comes to investing in the community, investing in the students, investing in a computer system, investing in different models of policing to ask a lot of questions and take no action. It's been 4 years. We couldn't get a committee going back to deal with security so that we could get this done sooner than now, 4 years later. We had 2 meetings to try and get a computer system that has long been needed when people of color don't have the same access, digital access, as people that are more affluent. Each time it comes to actually doing something, actually backing up the statement of being liberal and progressive, we get frozen and we ask a bunch of questions and do nothing. Now, we're going to keep working on this and we're going to keep getting information. But if you really do want to make a difference, we're not going to put this off. We're going to decide to go forward with one of these models that will move us in the direction of having a campus environment that is more welcoming to people of color. And we're not going to try and let it sit on the shelf for another 4 years until we dust it off again and say it's not perfect, which has happened each time this has come up. It's either been so many other things that have been more important that have kept us running from pillar to post so that we could not get the chancellor or interim chancellor's attention. And I know this because this is what I am constantly asking for. I'm constantly asking for a committee to review this, or I'm constantly asking the chancellor to put time into this. Now that we have a model and we're at saying all the things we want to see different, we're going to put off something to benefit people of color one more time. And we're going to say we're progressive and we're going to say we're for the community, but we're not going to move. Those are not genuine actions of people that are serving their community. We have to take a step towards investing in this institution and the people that study here and the people that work here, all of them. We have to make a commitment to invest in the district. So yes, this is going to take a greater community forum and more discussions to refine this. But perfect is the enemy of the good. We have a chance to actualize something we've been talking about for 4 years. We have a chance to actualize something that is sweeping the globe. This is the time for action. This is not the time to call all your friends and say, tell the board to do this or that, and then decide that you want to put it on the shelf. We have to take an action and do the right thing.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Chancellor.
Yes, I wanted to try to answer a couple of the questions. With regard to the cost of dispatch only, if you look at the model, even though Axos said it would not be interested in the dispatch only model, if you look at that, I think it's about a $5 million model, 5 and change, but that includes the community component, the private security, the students, and dispatch only. And perhaps Mr. Fennell or Vice Chancellor Asata knows exactly just the amount of dispatch. The second thing that I wanted to say is I'm very familiar with the San Mateo model, and I appreciate what Trustee Ewan is saying, but it's not quite the case of rebuilding another police force. In fact, it is a little bit more costly to do because you do take on the entire infrastructure, but that was precisely getting away from police force was what the district did in order to engage. So it has a public safety force, not a police force. They are not armed and will not be armed unless the district voted to do something different in the last few years. They do not, we took them out of uniforms. They wear t-shirts. There's community and college engagement. There are certain protocols about them not being able to go to classrooms, et cetera. So it is a very different model than policing. As a matter of fact, it gets to many of the things that I've heard articulated by board members and community members. And it also is an unarmed response. So, and as a matter of fact, their orientation and their direction and their framework is that their number one job is to help students graduate. So it's a very different philosophy around public safety than rebuilding a police force. So hopefully that answers some of those questions around that.
Thank you, Chancellor. I don't see any more hands in the queue. And Chancellor, I do have a couple of clarifying points that I'd like to bring up. And so we know that you all, your entire team, and you did an amazing job, I think, in a very short period of time of gathering your resources, doing the analysis, reaching out. I was on the phone call today on race, security, and policing. It was a a 60-minute conversation that was rich. It talked about some of the issues I think that even Trustee Handy brought up, that the models that around community responders are actually not licensed clinicians, but they are well-trained individuals. And so it was refreshing to hear this macro model called the Mobile Assistance Community Responders of Oakland. Hopefully they will fund that. But I want to go back to the 2018, I think it's the 2019-2020 report, which is the Police Handbook 2019-2020 report that was shared with us. And in that, there's specific data provided by AXO and the local police law enforcement. And when I look at the last few pages, which captures all 4 campuses and the surrounding area, I raised this several years ago, which is, it feels like there is a underreporting, or it's not capturing some of the things that we're hearing. So for instance, if a faculty member is calling or someone from the faculty is calling the sheriff's department who come on campus, that is not being captured here. And so there's a lot of underreporting, because according to the statistics here, we had in years at BCC, in years 2016, 2017, and 2018, a total of 4 incidences over a 3-year period. If I go to the city of Alameda, College of Alameda, over the same 3-year period, I'm looking at 3, 4, 5, 6 incidences in that 3-year period. Laney College has the most incidents of burglary, which is an after the fact. And I think Trustee Handy referenced that. It's an after the fact administrative piece that the sheriff's departments deal with, because there was no crime prevention happening there. And so I'm struggling with understanding the data that is captured as part of our needs assessment, because the need looks pretty paltry when you look at the data. The data just does not necessitate millions of dollars worth of armed security. So I'm struggling with that piece. So that's one, if that somehow can either be addressed or maybe not. The other is more of a value position for the district, right? Working with a sheriff's department who is, over the course of the last several years, we've heard being investigated for over 40 deaths. I don't know that the policing in Alameda, or the police department in Alameda, or the police department in Oakland has such a record. And then the other piece is that this sheriff's department also works hand in hand with ICE, which is, again, antithetical to our own values as an institution who has adopted resolutions to protect undocumented workers. Yet we are engaged with a particular police force, the sheriff department, AXO, who work hand in hand in basically terrorizing our undocumented community, as well as a number of other acts that are not favorable in the community. So for me, this is really, one, I'm looking at data that just does not speak to me that that the Peralta College District across all 4 campuses is in need of such services, when what I'm seeing is that Peralta, at some point years ago, made a decision to add additional protective services above and beyond what already exists. And what already exists is your local law enforcement. Because when you dial 911, it goes to your local law enforcement or your fire department. So this is added protection above and beyond. And I'm not able to equate this added protection in terms of cost value relative to the data over the course of even just the last 3 years. There's a mismatch for me. And then the value statement, which is institutionally, what are we saying? We're protecting our students, our undocumented students, our students of color, our Black students, and at the same time, we are engaged in a relationship with a sheriff's department that has really rained terror on the same community that we profess to protect. And so I will leave it there because I think, again, it's food for thought. And I'm very conflicted and have been for as many years as I've been sitting on this board as a trustee about policing in our schools, policing in our public schools, policing on our community college campus. And so I don't know if you have any response to that. You don't have to, but I think I'll just leave it there and see if there are any other comments from trustees. And if we have no further comments, and
President Vinny, I actually have a question about one of the models.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
My question has to do with Model 3 and the distinction between Model 3 and Model 4 seems to be twofold. One is that in Model 3, we've got a dispatch office. There are 2 sergeants at the district office. I'm not quite sure why, but I see that that's a $1.5 million cost for that segment alone, the ASCO component of it. But if we eliminated the contract with the sheriff and we provided some kind of dispatch, centralized dispatch, but we didn't build it ourselves. We had some other security services, some other community-based de-escalation, the RFP that's out right now. Would it be comparable in that price, $5.4 million, and maybe a little less because there's 2 sergeants from the sheriffs are going to be expensive. They're probably $350,000 each. They're probably half of that $1.5 million for those 2 sheriffs alone. I don't know, I'm guessing. But I just, I'd ask the question, well, what's the model that doesn't have armed officers? And it looks like maybe it's that Model 3, except for the sheriffs at the district office. Model 4, the San Mateo model, thank you, Chancellor, for clarifying that those are not armed officers, that, it's a different structure, but you're still paying a lot of money for captains and so forth. People were trained as law enforcement. But if we go to the Model 3, it seems like it's a far less expensive model. It's a non-armed model, except for those 2 sheriffs at the district office, sheriff sergeants. But if we eliminated that, and they're saying they wouldn't do that in any case, they wouldn't do Model 3. They don't think it's appropriate, couldn't do it. And we brought in our own dispatch. We trained it or we contracted it out. What do people think about that approach? Transition away. We could build it during this COVID period. Trustee Brown wants some action, and I agree. We need to do something here. And as I look at these models, I'm reconsidering and saying, well, Model 3, to me, without the sheriffs, seems to be the model that speaks to my values. And it also seems to address a lot of these issues that have been raised. So you know, I'd like to hear some discussion. What do people think about that model? If it's appropriate, I'll make a motion, but I'd like to hear what my colleagues think about that Model 3 without the sheriff's component, because the sheriff said they're not going to do it. And
thank you for that,
I would want them anyway. Yeah.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you for that, Trustee Gonzalez. Thoughts and comments about Model 3? Trustee Weinstein.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a great idea if we can possibly do that. Model 3 without the sheriff, and finding a way to have somebody or a group that does dispatch. Again, I brought up the Berkeley City statistics early on because they are meager, and Alameda is meager. And clearly we want to help Merritt and we want to help Laney. But one, we have no classes this semester. So we should be able to be paying less for anything that we're doing for the year, anything. And number two, I support, or I acknowledge what President Bonilla is saying, because this has been such a difficult situation in terms of what the sheriff's district has done in terms of the whole county. It's very hard to just say we will be different, but the rest of the county is something else. It's just very hard for that, as much as I respect the work that the sheriff has done. Before I ran for office, I spoke to people at Merritt College. I spoke to students. And what they were most concerned about was that there were no lights. The phones didn't work. I know this may sound minimal, but when we had the security committee several years ago or 2 years ago, that was something that was hugely important. Now, I don't know if that's fixed in all districts where the lights are working and the phones are working. But I think if they were, that would give some aspect of security. And I do know that there were some incidents. In any case, it is an odd feeling to think that Peralta is just different than the rest of the county when it comes to what the sheriff's department has done. And it's very hard for me to stand behind that. Leslie, I'm having trouble speaking. Is there some way that I can communicate in another way?
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein.
That's a question.
And Chancellor, yes. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. Yes, with regard to Trustee Weinstein's question about communicating, she can communicate in the chat box, and Brenda can monitor that. She said she was having trouble speaking. I want to address a couple of the questions that I heard raised. I think Trustee Ewan is right in that Model 3 gets you to what you may be interested in, which is no sheriff's contract, making sure we have community support, using private security, building out the student program, and figuring out another solution for dispatch, which you could do. What it doesn't do is give you any transition time. The recommendations that we gave all were recommendations that included either no contract, identified that you would have to have some transition, and in each of the contracts, regardless of the length of the contract and regardless of the level of sheriff's engagement, each of the contracts, it includes a 90-day out clause. And so if you look at trying to get to what I think I'm hearing, what the board could do is if it wants to make an explicit statement that it wants to sever its relationship with AXO, then it could take an affirmative vote to end the relationship with AXO over the next 6 months. It could then take a vote to adopt the contract in 2A, and amend it to be a 6-month contract instead of a 1-year contract. So that might get you to where you're trying to get to based on where I'm anticipating, or I'm guessing you're trying to get to based on the conversation that I'm listening to. That allows you to act. It allows you to say you ended the relationship. It gives you transition time to do so. What you can count on, though, is that the cost of that will be different, because as we remove AXO, it means that we will beef up the community. As we remove AXO, it means we will pay for the dispatch. And the dispatch sounds like it's a single item that you pay for. It represents about 10 or 9 personnel. You pay for 2 people per shift for the actual dispatch, and you pay for supervisors, which means 3 shifts. So I've just named 9 people, and at the staff level and at the supervisor level. So that's where you can count on the fact that we would add the cost of dispatch. But all in all, it sounds like it's doable to get to where you're trying to get to, taking those things into consideration.
Chancellor, thank you for that. And if we can if I can ask a few more questions under Model 3. So given that there is currently an RFP out, with which I believe the deadline for response was today, if we went for for Model 3 and we need to expand upon that those type of services, I would imagine that there would be potentially multiple providers. Because I'm not sure that there exists one particular provider for that level of service that we're talking about under Model 3. Mm-hmm. Is there a potential to expand upon the current RFP that had a deadline today? I would imagine you would need to have some time to go back and reassess.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we wanted to open it back up and try to attract additional organizations. We got a lot of kind of the traditional private security, not armed, but like A1. We did get a community organization, but we believe that the ways in which we put the RFP out could impact or change the number of community organizations that would qualify and meet the requirements. So we would be interested in doing that. But that also speaks to the need for the transition period as well. And the other thing that I wanted to add, Trustee Bonilla, that I didn't say is that with regard to dispatch also monitors the blue light phones as well.
I'm sorry, Chancellor, you said that. What about the blue phones? I'm sorry.
I said what I meant to also add about dispatch, which is, what you would not have if you don't have dispatch, if we don't have a transition period and you would not have, is that dispatcher monitors the blue light phones.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. And Chancellor, if this board decided that it did want to go with Model 3, what would you need? What would be your immediate next steps?
Well, if it goes with Model 3.
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, Model 3 with no AXO.
Right, because AXO will tell you that Model 3 doesn't work for them. That's why they said it was not workable for them. So you could go with Model 3. However, Model 3 with no AXO means that you have no transition time.
I think that's understood, yeah.
Okay.
So we wanted to just get a better sense from you what that would mean for you and your team.
I think it's like Trustee Ewan said, you call 911. But I think that one of the things, and I'm not sure how serious it was, but one of the things that was recommended that you might do something like a short-term contract in order to allow for that transition. I think Trustee Ewan used the term month to month. That's why we very specifically did the 90-day consideration. But I would recommend. I don't think it's a good idea for there to be no transition. So I would recommend a contract that allows you to transition. And so if you ask me what I would need in terms of making that happen for you, it would be a short-term contract that allows for that transition.
Thank you, Chancellor. I have Trustee Gonzalez in the queue, and then I have Trustee Withrow. Trustee Gonzalez. Are we all frozen, or is it just me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's unmuted.
Okay, I'll go with Trustee Withrow. Oh.
There, I'm trying to, my computer is freezing up. Can you hear me at this point?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is make a motion to adopt a short-term contract with to offer the administration that transition, and then with a transition to Model 3, with an expansion of the RFP to include necessary dispatch services, if in fact the administration believes that we need dispatch services, some coordination, and I would ask them to come back, with a more filled out plan, but that the board give them direction to move in that direction to deal with these. And maybe the transition is extremely short. And again, I want to remind us that we don't have a lot of employees on campus, and we don't have a lot of students on campus. So, the needs for a lot of security presence are pretty minimal. So as short a transition as the chancellor feels comfortable with on this. And, again, I'm trying to go with the judgment of the administration, hands-on administration of this. But I think we've all said, if you were going to do a quick transition, this would be the time. I probably look at the number of calls that we've had since COVID came in, since we did the shelter in place, and then assess, like, all right, how many sheriff's calls have we actually had in this period of time? So I'd like to make that motion as rapid of a transition as we can.
Trustee Withrow, Trustee Gonzalez, that would need to be a substitute motion because we already have a motion and a second on the floor.
So that original motion was Trustee Withrow, seconded by Trustee Reese. And so I would ask for a friendly substitute motion.
You would just ask for a friendly amendment, right?
Yeah. And I think it was Trustee Reese who raised, who made the second. She could withdraw her second if necessary. Look, I'm just trying to work a consensus here. I'm trying to see where the board is.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and let Trustee Withrow speak. I do have a request from the Chancellor to allow Lieutenant Burbeck, who has been waiting very patiently to speak. And so, Trustee Withrow, I can let you go, or I can let Lieutenant Burbeck.
Why don't we go with Lieutenant Burback and then come back to me if you would, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Burback?
Can you make sure I'm in the queue?
Yes, ma'am, I see you.
It's offline completely. And when I came back, we had moved. It took a long time to get back. Thank you.
I got you. Leave your little blue hand up.
Okay.
Lieutenant Burback.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I've got about 4 hours worth of things to talk about that you guys have been talking about for 4 hours, but I'm just going to try to make some things clear on our portion. I get it. We work for a large sheriff's agency. There's no doubt about that. The things that are being claimed about the sheriff's office have never happened at Peralta Police in the history that I have been there. We have never arrested somebody and sent them to ICE. We have never had any of these other altercations that everybody's talking about, including folks that are calling in and talking about the Los Angeles Police Department doing things that has nothing to do with Peralta Police. So I just kind of want to make that clear that we have never had an incident at Peralta Police since I've been there that has even gone to an investigation on one of my officers doing something wrong. So that needs to be very clear because we're kind of painting us with a broad brush right now of everything that's going on in the community across the world, across the country, and saying this is the police department. This is not the Peralta Police Department. And I'm going to stand up for my folks and tell you that is not us and that is not what we do. We have made very good relationships on all of our campuses. A year ago, when the board asked us to do 6 things, we turned around and did those 6 things within a matter of months and continue to do them. We go to de-escalation training. We've gone to cultural competency training. I've handpicked my officers that have come out there, and we do everything that we are asked to do. I get it if you don't want to go with the sheriff's department. That is your option. That is fine. But please do not paint my folks with the brush of everything that's going on in the community and everything that's going across the state. And I can clear up any of these stats that you're talking about. Ms. Weinstein, you're talking about these stats at Berkeley College and other. You're looking at the Cleary stats. Cleary stats are very specific. Only those crimes go in that report. We have hundreds and hundreds of other crimes that do not go into that report. A year ago, I offered to send you guys my daily log. You said, please do it. 4 days later, you were begging me to stop doing it because you didn't want to see it anymore. But I offered it to you and I sent it to you. So I've done everything that's been asked. Ms. Handy asked things, and I appreciate your support, Ms. Handy. You've done a great job of on this board. Ms. Brown, I respect everything you have to say as well. All of you, I respect the things that you have to say, but I think that we are being put in a situation where you're taking everything that's going across the country and saying this is Peralta Police too, and it's not. You guys are going to lose hand-on service, relationships that we've built. You're going to now rely on Oakland and Alameda, and I'm not going to talk bad about either of those departments because I don't work for them, but I'm telling you, one thing I know for sure, you are not going to get the customer service that you get with us now. And the statistics that were used in Anthony's report saying that we only police respond to 30%. Well, what you didn't catch is he said there was about another 30% that could have gone either way. Well, if you take that, that's about 60% of the things going on the campus need a law enforcement officer. Now, I'm here to tell you that, yes, we go to a lot of stuff that doesn't need law enforcement, and I've been trying to get us away from those things. The guy on his cell phone in class, interrupting class, that's not a law enforcement call, but your staff is calling us, so we have to go. Okay, and if we can come up with another plan, which you guys are trying to put in place, we can all work together. My option is Model 1 or Model 2, where you can cut some of our staff down. That's fine, and then we'll go with whatever else you put in. But you have to understand, our dispatch services, they answer 911 calls. They answer all your fire alarm calls. They answer all your break-in calls. They answer all your blue phones. They answer just direct calls that come in from campus. So if you cut that portion of the staff, you're now going to be in a liability situation when somebody runs to that blue phone at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, asking for help, and there's nobody there to answer that call. We answer those calls almost on a nightly basis. Has nothing to do with the school campus, but you have a blue phone there with a blue light on it, and everybody knows that means help. And we get homeless people on a nightly basis running from another person or something like that, asking for our help. So I just kind of need to get on here, and I'm sorry if it sounds like a rant. I've got 4 hours worth of stuff I'm trying to compile into about 5 minutes here, but I just wanted to support my team. They're doing a hell of a job out there, and I get it. If you don't like the sheriff's department, I can't change your mind. If you don't like police, I can't change your mind. But our folks are doing a great job out there.
Thank you, Lieutenant Burbeck. Trustee Withrow.
Well, first of all, I appreciate all of the time, effort, and analysis that's gone into this. I look at it from the standpoint, quite frankly, of two things. One, I'm a strong advocate of community policing as opposed to the paramilitary. Number two, I'm very concerned about the finances, and I don't think we're going to have students anywhere this next year. I mean, we've made a commitment not to have, except for some of the career technical education types, but very few students coming in the first semester, but I don't think we'll have them in the second semester. I don't think we'll have them in the second semester. I think that, if that's the case, wouldn't we want to look at and say, what kind of security do we need with this shelter down things? How much security do we need to protect the property and the real estate? And how much money do we actually have available that we can spend on security? That's kind of the end of there have been a lot of very serious dialogue put into this, and I appreciate it. I don't think there's a simple answer, quite frankly. And I do appreciate the lieutenant talking. I'm very opposed to stereotyping. I don't think stereotyping bad, stereotyping good, whatever, I think is a very dangerous thing to be looking at. But anyway, that's the end of my comments. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. I have Trustee Handy in the queue.
Hi, thank you. And Trustee Withrow, I thank you for your points as well. What I'm hearing is people moving in the direction of a non-existent program. And so I'm going to ask you this. Where are we going to find these organizations that don't exist yet? Where are we going to find these other untrained officers, and who's going to train them? Because everybody's sheltering in place. So it's not like you're going to walk out and get some. Nobody's at work. The world has pretty much stopped. So we cannot leave our campuses vulnerable thinking that we're going to get something together. We don't even know if we can get classes back before the end of the year. It would be absolutely foolish to believe that we could create something that doesn't exist. So I say that we look at our safety. I do believe we need to be moving to non-policing models, and it needs to have, a robust group, but that's not going to happen in the next 4, 5, maybe 6 months. We couldn't even begin to look at it because we're not even there. We're sitting in our homes. So the world pretty much has stopped. You're not going to go out there and create something right now, but when our students do come back, we're going to need to have something in place. The planning has to happen. So to pick an option that doesn't exist over some of the others and still transition and still have our 90 days or whatever, I think, again, would be penny wise and a pound foolish. We really need to look at safety, students, protection, and transitioning. So I suggest that we look at some of the other options. And it also, I just hear people being reactionary over, I am, as a Black woman, I am so glad that people just finally woke up 2 weeks ago and figured out we weren't lying about this crap that's been happening to everybody. But I also hear organized groups of people who are not of color speaking for people of color, which is the most offensive thing you can do. Okay, everybody needs to be on page for everybody's rights and everybody's justice, and pushing an agenda because it's the political correct thing to do. We're marching on that this week. It's not something that's going to work for us. We are an organization that has to make sure that all of our bases are covered and our students are covered. So we have to select something, even if we're going to transition out. And we have to have the option to be able to use whatever our watered down model is until we have the opportunity to put something else in place. But that isn't going to happen right away because nothing is in place. So I just want to really, I just can't tell you enough how dangerous it is to be reactionary and to make choices that are going to impact our students and their safety. We've got homeless people moving all onto our campuses right now. And everywhere else, people are moving in because people are taking over. I have homeless people trying to sleep in the doorway of the church across the street. That's the reality of the time. So we have to have somebody that's looking over our campuses right now. But I think Alameda County, just like everything else, needs to be reevaluating the current contracts. And because people are not there doing the work that we normally would have them do, that they would actually renegotiate where we are right now during this period when we don't have students, and then maybe go back to what we were paying after the fact. I do have a problem with the amount of money that we paid. It's now 3 months and moving towards 4 that we're still paying for services that we're not able to have. Health, Geico, and all these other places can start giving people some retroactive money back because people are not driving their cars and stuff. I do think that it would go a long way if we could renegotiate that. And then also let's talk again about the cost of the policing and what it's going to take to move towards having someone who does not carry guns. I don't think there's any need for the guns anywhere. If something is dangerous or requires guns, then let's use our military, Oakland police and helicopters and all them, and let them come in and deal with that. So my thought is, please don't be reactionary and don't put us in a position that leaves us with nothing, thinking that we can make. If it took us 4 years to get down to this whittled down contract, why in the world do you think that in 2 months we would have a dispatch group, and we don't even know if that exists outside of police and sheriff's departments? And also, there may be specific people. I have situations. I've had Alameda County and people coming in my house. It's not my favorite thing. I am not supporting that particular type of action, but I am supporting us identifying something different that will work for us. And I think that the world is moving in that direction, and we're going to get there sooner rather than later because everyone is kind of reevaluating this. But I am not going to take my personal experiences and throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is Alameda County's Sheriff's Department. Alameda County, the county that we sit in. They do some crazy stuff at Santa Rita, that I would not support at all. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but that crazy stuff is not happening with the Sheriff's Department that we have on our 4 campuses. So let's not get confused with this. It's not LA Police. It's not San Francisco. Let's deal with right now who we have, and they have done great efforts at our request, and look at a transition period. We have an out clause on any of these things that we have, but please, let's not be reactionary and join in with the politically correct chant of this week, defund, defund, when you know doggone well that the whole funding formula has to be looked at. We're talking apples and oranges. We can't take the money from this pile and put it in something like that. So then what are we going to do? we're going to have people patting us on the back tonight for going with the crowd and then have our campuses vulnerable. We can't do that, folks. So I really want you to do your fiduciary responsibility here at the district. I don't like the policing. There are individuals that I like. There are people who have no business being in that business at all. The same with the sheriff's department. But my job today is to help make the decision that's best for the district. And for that, it's a whole different story. And it's not the narrative of every hurt person out there, because we all have our stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. I'm going to go back to the friendly amendment. Trustee Gonzalez, when you have a friendly amendment that you need to request acceptance from the maker of the motion, which is Trustee Withrow.
Are you waiting for Trustee Ewan?
Would you like Trustee Ewan to restate the friendly amendment?
I think it should be rephrased so that it's clear to all hands on exactly what we're talking about.
Trustee Gonzalez?
My computer's been freezing, and so I'm not sure I can be heard right now.
You're okay.
We can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, so the amendment would be the motion, substitute motion, friendly amendment, whatever you want to call it, is to direct the administration to engage in as fast a transition as possible away from the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, being mindful that we don't have students or employees on our campuses right now. And so that transition, Chancellor, might be much faster than you imagine. I can't imagine that we need more than 3 months personally, but I think if we could, let you look at that question and come back to us, and then move towards a version of Model 3. So that would require us to go back out on the RFP for the dispatch services. Now, the reason that I'm suggesting that we could do this transition is that you could then make the assessment as well. Do we need the dispatch services? This will require your staff to go back and re-examine that. If we're moving away from a police model, a policing model, do we need that dispatch services? So the idea again is send this back to your staff to make the appropriate adjustments, given that Model 3 as it is isn't fully functioning as Trustee Handy pointed out. So it would require a bit more work here. I know that's a very long-winded amendment, but I think you get the gist of what I'm suggesting, that we're moving to Model 3 and doing as rapid a transition as possible, maybe as short as 1 month, maybe as short as 3 months, given where we are with shelter in place. But you could look at that and, in your professional judgment, working with your staff and with the people on campuses, make that determination. I'm comfortable with that transition, but I don't know whether my colleagues want something more or less. But that's the motion, and then let's have a discussion and see whether that gains any traction.
If I could, I'd like to get, before I make a decision one way or the other on the friendly amendment, ask the Chancellor on the contract we've got. Isn't it a 90-day notice that we need to give? And it seemed to me that you felt if, in fact, we moved to this Model 3, that we should do it with a 6-month, which to me, I think makes a lot of sense, because we're dealing with just an awful lot of safety issues, students and faculty and staff. And we've got a lot of very expensive real estate that we have to watch out for. I think I would feel more comfortable if, in fact, we had this friendly amendment to move with, if we did it with a 6-month target of the transition. I don't think we can just do it off the top of our heads. I think it's got to be studied. I think it's got to be some of the things that the lieutenant talked about in terms of the criminal activity and whatever was tied to the Clery Act as opposed to across the board kind of issues of crimes, period. I think I would feel more comfortable if, in fact, we set a 6-month target.
Chancellor, can we please get clarification from you on Trustee Gonzalez's original friendly amendment, and then Trustee Withrow's question around timing and transition?
Yes. Yes, thank you. So I appreciate that what Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan is proposing that we move to is a modification of Model 3, meaning Model 3, no AXO, increased community base. And he suggested that we have a small transition period to do that. A couple of things. I appreciate that, and I think we can get to that. In order to have a transition period, the board will need to pass a contract for AXO to do a transit in order for us to effect that transition. So that's why I was saying to you that, for an example, Trustee Ewan, you can get to Model 3 by adopting Model 2, amending it to be a 6-month contract instead of a year contract, and directing staff to transition to Model 3 with no AXO.
I see. So let me include that in my motion, please.
Okay.
So Chancellor, you clarified the motion that Trustee Gonzalez would like to adopt. Trustee Withrow, it's still on you.
Well, what I'm hearing is that we're talking 6 months, and if that's the case, then I'll accept that as a friendly amendment to the original motion.
And Trustee Bonilla,
Okay.
my recommendation, if the board is trying to make a statement, my recommendation is that the motion would say that the Board of Trustees would like to vote to transition, to end its relationship with the AXO and adopt a contract that allows for a 6-month transition, and direct the staff to move toward Model 3 without the AXO component. And also direct—
That's much more succinctly stated. Thank you.
Yes, Chancellor, we accept you helping us in clarifying the motion. Trustee Withrow?
Yes, if I could. I would hope that if we go in this direction and we get the votes and whatever, that we clarify to the public that and the constituency that we're doing it for financial reasons and not for the services that have been provided by the Sheriff's Department.
I think it's just for the purpose of capturing the motion. I don't know that there's any statements that need to go out in public outside of the motion that's adopted. And I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable with that. So we do. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And for clarity, and as Lieutenant Verbeck reinforced in the chat, we would explicitly state that the contract would end, that we would have an end date of a 6-month contract, which would be December 2020, December 31st, 2020. So it gives you an explicit.
And then Chancellor, we're also going to need clarification on the cost related to to this
Yeah, we'll
because now we are looking, we're looking at a completely different cost associated to this, and I'm not sure how quickly that's going to come forward.
So if you adopt Model 2A, then and you end it in 6 months instead of a year, it's going to cut that contract in half. And the contract has an allowance for the expenditure. You don't necessarily spend everything by the end of the year. You don't necessarily expend all of those resources. So, but you can guesstimate that it's going to be, the contract is going to be about half the value.
So I do have a follow-up question. If we are considering a 6-month transition, why would we not maintain the the existing model, which is the least expensive? Is it not the least expensive model, or is 2A the least expensive?
2A is less expensive. 2A is less expensive.
And that's because 2A removes, does it remove merit? No. What does it do? It's giving us that first.
Yeah, it decreased the use of AXO on the campuses except Laney and Merritt. VC Sata, tell me if I have that correctly.
The significant difference is that dispatch is only during operating hours, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So we have no dispatch from, at nighttime and on the weekends. Currently, we have dispatch 24/7, 365.
Yeah, I'm just not sure why we would adopt a different model than what we have now if the goal is a transition in 6 months.
So you could adopt the original contract you could adopt the first one that we recommended and amend it to be a 6-month instead of 1-year contract. And that keeps everything status quo. We transition for 6 months and move toward Model 3.
Yes, I do have Trustee Weinstein in the queue. Trustee Weinstein?
So just to clarify, we are paying for 6 months. We are paying for let's say it's 6 months. We are paying the full amount for 6 months. Is that correct?
And, Chancellor, can you clarify for Trustee Weinstein's question?
Can I ask VC Sata to speak to that question, please?
You have a choice. You can continue with the current service we enjoy, which is the deputies plus the dispatch 24/7, 365, or you could continue with the number of deputies we currently have and cut the dispatch down to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. But I will say there are some challenges there because without time for us to do our due diligence, there may be liability issues that we pick up because the blue light phones, would no longer be monitored in the middle of the night and on the weekends. And I don't know if that creates a liability issue, so we'd have to do some homework on that quickly.
So the answer to your question, Trustee Weinstein, is yes, we would continue. We would continue at this level, at the level that we're at, the existing level.
With a 6-month transition, meaning that we expect to hit half of the amount, approximately half of the amount.
That's correct.
That we're adopting.
That's correct. I mean, I realize that some parts of the contract include things that are not time and staffing, like it might include other components that are purchases or whatever, but by and large, that's correct, about half the contract.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So,
yes,
and I don't know why. Thanks. I don't know why this is so dense for me, but I think I just need to hear the numbers. So we looked at Model 2 and we looked at Model 2A, and one is 3.5 and the other is 3.8. And then we're also talking about our existing contract right now. So if we were to conclude December 31st or 6 months, we will be charged half of 3.5 or half of 3.8, no penalties involved for only doing a 6 months out of a year contract? Are we sure about
the contract? If you do a 6 month, you still have in that contract the ability to break away in 90 days with a 90-day notice. But the 6 months would be, instead of the contract being a 1 year contract, it would be a 6 month contract.
So if it's a 6 month contract, it is half of 3.5 or 3.8? About. Okay, and there are no other penalties involved. And when we say about, it's just a little bit about, not 75% of the whole year.
I don't know about penalties. VC Sato, do you know what she's talking about with regard to penalties?
No, we have, the contracts are written in a way that we can,
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that one more time, VC Sato. I can't hear you.
We can withdraw from the contract without penalty.
Okay. And then our current contract, which I know that Trustee Bonilla was talking about, that is the 4.1 that we've had previously, right? So the 2 and 2A were actually a little bit less, 3.5 and 3.8 versus.
That is
okay.
correct.
Okay.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
So it's 2A, Model 2A, that we're still talking about as part of the transition.
Correct.
And Trustee Withrow, you had the friendly amendment. The Chancellor read that the Board of Trustees would like to end its relationship with AXO and move to an internal model based on internal Model 3 without AXO, and further analysis to develop what else the district needs to put in place to bring that model to fruition.
Trustee Bonilla, I would just remove the word internal. We're not looking at our internal model. We're looking at moving
right,
toward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just towards the Model 3. Okay. And I think the board clerk, Ms. Martinez, probably captured that. It's in the recording, and Chancellor, you stated it very eloquently and concisely. And that's the motion that is on the table that Trustee Withrow has accepted, and there's a second by Trustee Reese, I believe.
Yes.
Reese.
Okay,
Okay.
wait.
Second.
2A with a 6 month transition. Can we have that one more time?
Yes.
That's a half calf with a decaf foam. Can we have that one more time?
So we have, Chancellor, you stated it very well. I don't want to put words in your mouth again because I've been messing things up talking about
So let me just
about
ask this
internal,
question before I state it so clearly again. Let me ask this question. Part of your conversation you engaged in is why would we change from what we have right now if we're going to transition away? So the first thing I want to clarify is that if the board wants to just keep status quo while we transition, then that would be that you adopt Model 2, not 2A. All right. So first, let me ask that question. Trustee Ewan, does that get to what you're still trying to do? To adopt Model 2, transition in 6 months, in the relationship with the Sheriff's Department, looking to developing our own dispatch, move toward Model 3?
I think I'm looking at 2A, which eliminates the sheriff's contract on the College of Alameda campus, and I think is a little less expensive if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And especially given the shelter in place and all that, I just, it's like, let's minimize this transition cost.
Okay. Then the recommendation is that the board is voting to end the relationship with the sheriffs, with AXO, by adopting Model 2A, amending that contract to be a 6-month contract, and directing the staff to transition to Model 3 without the AXO component, and directing the staff to research the development of our own internal dispatch.
I think that's it, Chancellor.
Our own internal dispatch, which is who's answering the blue lights at night?
The discussion was that we should look into what can another company offer dispatch at a lesser amount? Could we develop our own? The recommendation was that we do some due diligence and come back to the board with an approach.
So we keep the security as provided now while we investigate, so that we don't have a liability exposure, and we will then get another approach to that's looking for less expensive.
Actually, Model 2A, you're not keeping the same level that you have. We are decreasing dispatch services in Model 2A to just work from, I think it's 7 until 11. And what VC SATA was saying was that, he was a little bit concerned about the possible liability if somebody tries to use it in the middle of the night or the weekend and we're not there. But that is what 2A is.
Do we have employees on that? Employees that have there after dispatch hours are over?
Cleaning people.
Right now, we have dispatch 24 hours. That would require you to adopt Model 2 and end it in 6 months, not 2.
Okay. We just got a chat saying there are employees that are there after 11 o'clock.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. What was that?
There are employees that would be on site on our campuses after 11 o'clock, which means that we're requiring our employees to work during the pandemic. And
Chancellor, can we ask the Chancellor to verify that?
I'm sorry, Trustee Bonilla. I don't know that employees are there after 11 o'clock. I would have to look into that.
Okay.
Aren't there maintenance?
I'm not familiar with there being employees there after 11 o'clock. Let's see.
Aren't there maintenance people that work there overnight?
I know we have employees on the weekend. VC SATA is telling me not after 11, but we do have employees on the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
And don't forget your board clerk who stays after.
Here the transitions, we leave our employees without security. I think that's transition means that we find a way to make it clean. And if we're leaving somebody out, I think we have to be aware of that.
That's right. That's right. So we have the amendment. It's been captured. If there's no further discussion, we will take a vote on the friendly amendment. I'm sorry, Trustee Brown?
Sorry, I'm not raising my hand and I'm being not appropriate. But here's the thing: we need to make sure that whatever we do is not leaving any employees that are already required to work as essential workers during the pandemic without security. That would be double pressure, double injury. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. So for the next 6 months, we have the current contract or 2A in place. So there is a transition.
With limited dispatch, right? The dispatch is the hours are limited. It's not 24 hours. It goes to 11.
That's correct.
So to 11, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
So that's the thing. If we vote on that without knowing if we're leaving any employees out, then we are risking not being considerate of the safety of our employees, which I think we all want to be. So I think we need to get some clarity. So we might need to say that we're going to keep the dispatch as it is until we can figure out how to do the transition without leaving anybody.
Right. That goes back to my original question, which is why didn't we, if we're going through a transition, why didn't we just keep the existing model? The existing model keeps everything as is and allows us to still go through the 6-month transition, to still give the 90-day notice, and to still move to our Model 3.
And according to VC SATA, some engineers start before 11, and according to Lieutenant Verbeck, custodians and engineers are there after 11.
Right.
I know they are, because I would pick my kids up late and they'd be at lab and there'd be guys driving still working.
And before 7.
Right.
And people before
the
7.
difference in the cost here is about $100,000, and given the overall scope of what we're talking about, that's not a big deal. If that's the sticking point, I'm fine with 2.
Okay.
If that's the sticking point, we're really making a transition away, and that's the gist of the thing. And
that's right.
So let's, if this is where we get to unanimity and support, fine, let's stick with 2.
Okay.
Chancellor, are you good with that?
Reese,
yes.
Are you good with that?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll appropriately modify my friendly amendment.
Okay. That actually, see, you guys have made my wife bring me another ice cream sandwich. Actually, Lieutenant Verbeck said that would work. That addresses our concerns around liability. VC SATA believes that you can transition in that time. So it makes all of us breathe a little easily. It gets you to where you're trying to get to as well.
Great.
Yeah, I didn't get
fantastic. None of us got ice cream.
I have no ice cream in my house, so that really wasn't bad.
Okay, so unless it needs to be restated, we can go ahead and take a vote. If I can get Madam Clerk to do roll call, please.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? Thank you. She said yes in the chat. Trustee Napoli Abella-Reese?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to need a raise. Okay, here we go.
Great.
Item 3.1, consider approval of first reading resolution number 19/20-65, approving a form of reoffering circular in connection with the district's remarketing of its Series B3 OPEB bonds. And this is a first reading, and I will open for discussion. And or Chancellor, additional information.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. No, I gave you a briefing memo. This is similar to the POS that you did before. It's a first reading, and it is because we're doing the remarketing, and then the next step will be that we will get a rating. So it's pretty straightforward, and you've done this before.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. And I'm sorry, I want to go back to Chancellor's reports. We skimmed over that particular item. Chancellor?
Thank you. So first of all, if they're still with us, I want to take a point of personal privilege in thanking Dr. Gilkerson and Dr. Karras for their service in being the president of Laney College and College of Alameda, respectively. And so in the context of my report, I'd like to acknowledge them. And I'm going to do so by moving to or reading a resolution for them. Now this, allow me to pull it up and screen share because I had it up earlier, but we went a little long. Okay, here we are. And I'm going to start with President Gilkerson. You all heard that President Gilkerson has accepted an invitation from the San Jose Evergreen District to be the president of Evergreen Valley College. And what that means is that we will miss her at Laney College. So I would like to thank her for her service, let her know I will miss her as part of the team. And I would like to share this resolution for the board to give to Dr. Gilkerson. And it says, whereas Dr. Tamil Gilkerson has served unselfishly as the president of Laney College for the past 3.5 years, and whereas Dr. Gilkerson led Laney College to a full affirmation of accreditation from warning status in 2018, and whereas Dr. Gilkerson worked specifically on integrated plan and redeveloped the college's program review and resource allocation processes and reinvigorated participation in the participatory governance at Laney College, and whereas Dr. Gilkerson established a partnership with Inside Track to support classified professional development and coaching conflict resolution, designing their own professional development, and whereas Dr. Gilkerson spearheaded campus-wide evaluation of college bond spending to address instructional technology, LCR, women's locker room complaints, and leak remediation, and whereas Dr. Gilkerson developed a public-private partnership with Union Bank for the development of the first student-run bank with disciplined faculty and business department at Laney College. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson fostered strong community partnerships with Oakland Rotary, Berkeley Rotary, and the Interfaith Council of Alameda County to support and address student basic needs. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson took a leap of faith and brought Last Chance University documentary series to Laney College to highlight our student athletes and our football program, resulting in Laney College being featured on Netflix. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson created many promotional branding campaign for the college, including the graphic design, Laney Love, and Laney Pride logos. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson strengthened, supported, and grew Laney College's equity-focused programs, Umoja, Yubaca, Latinx Cultural Center, APAS, Restoring Our Community, formerly incarcerated and system-impacted students, and the Puente program. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson led Laney College to being selected as one of 32 campuses in the UC CSU and California Community College system for the California Campus Catalyst Fund to build greater support and services for undocumented and mixed status students. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson participated in and led statewide efforts on the Dreamers Advisory Group with Immigrants Rising on training for admissions and financial aid staff. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson led Laney College in a campaign for more inclusive campus environment for queer students and staff, including advocating for all gender restrooms, explicit signage on inclusivity and restroom accessibility, and campus operating procedures for new construction. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson partnered on the development of the Lavender Project, a student and staff group focused on bringing programming and support for educational and community building activities like Queer Prom. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson provided leadership that positioned Laney College to be identified as a host campus for the Community College Immigration Legal Services Project by the California Community College Chancellor's Office. And whereas Dr. Gilkerson provided leadership and support for the development of the Restoring Our Communities and academic support program at Laney Colleges by and for formerly incarcerated students. Whereas Dr. Gilkerson has fostered an environment of innovation, creativity, and excellence. Now therefore be it resolved that the Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees and Chancellor honors Dr. Tamil Gilkerson for her many outstanding accomplishments. We will miss you, Dr. Gilkerson.
Yay, yeah.
We will miss you.
Then, if I can take the opportunity to, and before I do that, I didn't know if Dr. Gilkerson wanted to say anything.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. I'm really grateful for this really beautiful resolution, and really overwhelmed by all the comments tonight. I actually was planning to make a comment part of my board report, my regular board report. So I don't know if we're still doing that tonight, but I will just say to this is really, it's very bittersweet for me. I really remember vividly being the night I stood in the audience waiting for the board to approve me. And while it was painful sort of to address the board after not being unanimously approved, I really wanted you all to know that I dedicated myself to being worthy of the responsibility that was being given to me. And I really tried in the most authentic way I could to both lead and learn at the same time, because you trusted me to become the president of the gem of a college, Laney College, for which it is. And I am overwhelmed with emotion for all the folks who've written me and who came tonight to say remarks, and of course this beautiful resolution from you all. But what I will say tonight is that I simply want to say thank you for your trust in me to serve. You afforded me with the opportunity to work alongside some of the most dedicated, caring, and committed professionals who have taught me so much. And while I leave my post at Laney, as an Oakland resident and community college educator, I look forward to our continued work together across our system. In the words of Grace Lee Boggs, so many institutions in our society need reinventing. The time has come for a new dream. That's what being a revolutionary is. My deep gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Congratulations.
Chancellor.
Next, I would like to honor Dr. Tim Karras. And I promise you that they were involved in these searches. You know, it's not me. Okay, you guys. They're leaving me, but it's not me. Dr. Tim Karras, whereas the Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees strives to honor those whose accomplishments have brought honor to the district and wishes to recognize Dr. Tim Karras. And whereas Dr. Tim Karras has selflessly served as the president of the College of Alameda for the past 3.5 years. And whereas Dr. Karras is one of the few presidents in the California Community College system who hails from a library and information science discipline. And whereas as president of the Council of Chief Librarians, Dr. Karras led the initiative to have the State Chancellor's Office purchase a common integrated library system statewide, thereby eliminating duplication between colleges, improving access to resources, and saving millions of dollars system-wide. And whereas Dr. Karras provided strategic leadership and worked on the Peralta Community College Board of Trustees and Bay Area Council, and the Port of Oakland worked with the Peralta Community College Board of Trustees, the Bay Area Council, and the Port of Oakland for the College of Alameda to receive a $3 million grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce to moderation and expansion of the aviation facility. And whereas upon the College of Alameda's designation of being a federal Hispanic serving institution in 2018, Dr. Karras championed the application and successful awarding of a Hispanic serving institutions grant. And whereas Dr. Karras worked in partnership with the Alameda Chamber of Commerce to launch the Junior Chamber in 2020, providing a pathway for students in Encino High School marketing pathway to gain internship experiences and continue on to the College of Alameda's marketing program. And whereas under Dr. Karras's leadership, the college partnered with the Eat, Play, Learn Foundation and the World Central Kitchen to distribute 2,600 hot meals to students while infusing $26,000 weekly into local restaurants. To date, this partnership has supported local businesses with approximately $200,000. And whereas Dr. Karras led College of Alameda in an inclusive design, build, and completion of a new liberal arts building opening in the fall of 2020. And whereas Dr. Karras gave his time and energy to serve in the city of Alameda, especially supporting new initiatives that would connect the community to the college through collaboration, cooperation, engagement, and program building. And whereas Dr. Karras supported creativity and innovation on campuses, especially when proposed projects focused on supporting student success and training, faculty, staff, and administrators in principles of equity and service to our community. And whereas Dr. Karras, a child of immigrants whose first language were not English, whose first languages were not English, speaks at the ESOL orientation each term and shares his story, thereby providing another layer of connection between the college, his leadership role, and the students of the College of Alameda, and ultimately breaking down some of the barriers and fears students may bring with them. And whereas Dr. Karras learned to be a beekeeper and produced honey out of a very sticky or stingy situation, bringing much joy to people. Therefore, be it resolved that the Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees and Chancellor honors Dr. Tim Karras for his many outstanding accomplishments. Dr. Karras.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, and I just harvested some honey on Friday, so I just have fresh honey now. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a beekeeper. And so just like Tim was saying, I'm just so grateful and have so much gratitude to be able to have been at COA for 6 years. It's been a while, which is great. And I've learned so much over those 6 years. I've worked with such fantastic people, faculty, staff, administrators, both at the college and district-wide, and all the students we've had who I've passed over the 6 years being enrolled at COA. They just bring so much joy and sunshine to the world. And so I want us to continue to remember that. That's our joy. That's where it comes from. It comes from our students. I had a wonderful opportunity twice at Peralta. When I joined us as a vice president of instruction, I had a cohort of colleagues that joined me at that time, and they listened to me, guided me, and gave me great advice. And then when I transitioned about 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, to be president, I was blessed again. I had another cohort of amazing presidents to work with who once again sat with me, gave me advice, and made me learn and be a better person. And I think that's what we are. We're a learning institution. So I think we've all learned together in Peralta. And Peralta is excellent. And so, it's very bittersweet to be on this journey where I am right now, heading about 2 hours north up to Mendocino. But I do also want to say, because a lot of times in the rhetoric of Peralta, administrators, when they leave, it's always said, oh, they've come to Peralta because they just want to learn how to be an administrator and then go take it somewhere else. And I want to say, at least for myself, I don't want to be part of that narrative. I did not come to Peralta to just learn my chops and take it to another institution. I came to Peralta because I love the area. I'm a creature of the Bay Area. I'm born and raised here. This is where I love. And so, and I love COA and I love the island. And so just remember that for years to come. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Karras. And we are wishing you well as well. Thank you. And if I can just add just a few more things onto my report, Trustee Bonilla. The first thing I want to do is say congratulations to Mr. Mark Johnson and his team in the marketing, communications, and public relations. I told you last board meeting about a video that was picked up by media, and I made a feeble attempt to play it for you and understand that the sound wasn't there, but it's posted, and it is quite an accomplished video. And I acknowledge the team and Miss Angel Hunter who produced the video. And at that time I indicated that, I didn't want to really steal the thunder, but, we had word that we may be a winner in the statewide CC Pro, which is the Community College Public Relations Organization. And lo and behold, we were, and it was because it was related to the video. It was because of the social media strategy that our department uses. So we won in the category of social media marketing and posted the award-winning Become a Champion post that included a 17-second video that was produced by Miss Angel Hunter that we acknowledged last month, hosted by Fazia Ali and boosted by Mark Johnson. So a team effort led to statewide award recognition for social media marketing. Congratulations to MCPR team and to Peralta Community College District. The second thing is just in my report, I shared with you the second Collaborative Brain Trust report, where they give you the final report for stage 2 of the collaborative, phase 2 of the Collaborative Brain Trust. They provide recommendations that really are continuations of some of the recommendations. They acknowledge the progress that was made on a lot of the recommendations. And I will, I will confide in you that I said, thank you very much, but, I don't know if we can take another recommendation, but anyway, it's good stuff that we are working on and that we have continued to work on. I have established a return to campus task force that is being led by Vice Chancellor Whitaker and GC Warden. And I was in the communication with the board and let you know that I wanted to put out an announcement because we told the faculty and staff that they would be working remotely until June 30th. The shelter-in-place order has not been lifted, though it has been relaxed in for some other areas, but we're not in the position to be able to bring people back. And so I just clarified with the board that I want to put out another notice, and I will do so in the morning, that says for people to, for us to remain at status quo. And I think that I am going to establish to remain at status quo until the end of the summer, and then we'll go to making a decision about fall. My suspicion is that we're not going to have people come back in the fall, either at the rate that we're going with regard to shelter in place. But I will bring it to the board for information as we decide that. So we want to give the Alameda County Health Department an opportunity to, make a statement on shelter in place. And right now there is none, and we know that people need to make some plans.
Chancellor, can I ask for a point of clarification on the task force?
Yes.
Is Alameda County Health Department asking asking Peralta for a transition plan back to work as they are with some of the other? Okay.
No,
so
no, we're just trying to be smart and anticipate it. We know that people have certain concerns. So we put people on the task force that were based on, their areas, somebody in operations, somebody that, for an example, was in the career technical education, technology areas, et cetera. Different types of situations that we need to be able to anticipate different circumstances. As things come up and recommendations come through, if there are things that we'll have to negotiate, then we'll negotiate with the collective bargaining agreements. But right now, people are there for operational roles.
Okay, and you anticipate that we're going to that the campus community as well as the Board of Trustees will be advised by you of the task force recommendations. Do you have a timeline for this?
So what I'm hoping is that we'll let the task force will have, it is likely they'll have this semester to work on providing us with some recommendations. And these recommendations, unless if there's some policy recommendations or some negotiated things, then we definitely will bring it to the board. But if there are operational recommendations like changing the protocol of the cleaning and those types of things, that'll be information that I'll be glad to provide to you, but it's not recommendations that I'll present necessarily to the board. Those will be recommendations that come to me as to us as an administration. And I'm expecting, what we've asked them to do is to start to work on that. I'm expecting that they will, make many of the issues known. I'm expecting there may be some things that we have to negotiate as well. And I am, if I'm given a good guess, I am guessing that they're going to have this entire semester to do so. Right now, I'm able to say with some certainty that they will continue to work remotely until the end of summer. That really goes into like August 3rd. And then before that time, then we'll make another decision for the full fall. I am, because our classes have removed remotely, I am pretty comfortable with saying that we stay status quo throughout the end of the year. But I do feel like that we need to give the Alameda County Department of Health, one more go at the shelter-in-place order.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I think that in terms of the board of trustees, I think it would be prudent also for us to understand that expectations, we will likely hold this space of Zoom interactions for the unforeseen future at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Chancellor, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when I first communicated with you all, I said something like until further notice, but I realized that and the staff helped me realize that might be not enough certainty for people and not enough information for them to make plans like school and daycare and those types of things.
Right. Can I pause this for 1 second? I have to go back to the first reading. And so they're looking for an approval on the first reading. And Madam Clerk, do you need a roll call of approval or do you just need general consensus?
On the first reading of
the first reading, I'm sorry, of item 3.1, which was the OPEB remarketing, the remarketing of the OPEB.
We don't vote on that.
No. So, Madam Clerk, what were you looking for on that particular item?
Madam President, since this is a first reading only, it is being brought before the board as an informational item. So it is not, approval is not needed at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because it looked like I had some messages in chat. Go ahead, Chancellor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say with regard to the OPEB, I think that we had the financial advisors and the attorneys online in the event you had questions, but if there are no questions, if we can go ahead and let them, get to bed.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. McCarley. And thank you, Ms. Erica Curls-Bartling for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then the next thing, so I'm going to put a notice out tomorrow. And I was really kind of just, floating the idea with the board just to see if the board had any concerns, with regard to the direction I was going in. And it didn't sound like there were any concerns. So I'm going to go ahead and put a notice out tomorrow. The other thing that I just want to let the board know is that we held a really neat Juneteenth celebration where we held a salon. It was a discussion or a forum and had a really talented, quite majestic group from my perspective of African-American faculty, staff, and administrators convening on a panel to discuss the significance of Juneteenth and what it means to the African-American community. Saida Stroud moderated it for us, and I participated, Professor Jody Campbell from College of Alameda, Jason Seal from Merritt College, Lawrence Van Hook from Merritt College, Dean Brenda Johnson from Berkeley City College, and Dr. Siri Brown from the district office participated. And it was a successful salon. And then also, next to last, I want to let the board and the community know that I'm participating on an anti-Blackness webinar working with CORA, which is the Center on Organizational Responsibility and Advancement. And this is the work of Dr. Frank Harris and Dr. J. Luke Wood. I am participating on this panel with Lasana Hotep and Dr. Wood and Dr. Harris. And in doing so, we're going to be talking about the anti-Blackness and how schools, administrators, college presidents responded by releasing statements, but also what are some of the other things we can do to address anti-Blackness, and be looking at some data. We have now over 12,000 people registered to participate. I'm registered to view that webinar. And then I will say that the other piece of good news in Peralta is that our enrollment is up for the summer. I want to thank Dr. Siri Brown and congratulate her on her leadership, as well as the college presidents and vice presidents. The Peralta summer enrollment has a 2.4% increase in the numbers, and more so, the productivity is up, and that productivity is well over 18. I think it was 18.5, if I'm not 18.44. That is significant. and it is something to be celebrated. And I appreciate the leadership and work of the college administrations and the district administration in getting us there. And with
Can
that,
I just say congratulations, Chancellor, on that, because I know you were drilling that 17 into us and you just said 18.
Yes, yeah, it represents real efficiency, real dollars, and the ability to take those resources and direct them to priorities. And then with that, I'll ask the college presidents to give you a short report from their colleges. And let's just start with Dr. Angelica Garcia.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I think it's still evening. I think that's the appropriate greeting. I really just want to highlight two things. One, give my congratulatory message to Dr. Tamil Gilkerson and Tim Karras. Though the time in this role of working with you both as the presidency has been short, certainly the way that we work as colleagues across this California community college system is one that I was certainly excited to become a part of a team that included the both of you. And I'm also now excited to be a part of a team that gets to celebrate you and congratulate you as you continue the good work, both North and South. So thank you and congratulations on behalf of our Berkeley City College community. The next thing I'd like to just highlight, trustees, is you have in our report the fact that we just received our College Readiness and Learning Association certification for tutoring. This is a significant note of work. Our faculty member in the English department as a whole led this effort. Jenny Lowood, as our lead faculty member, took this effort on, brought it to fruition. And so while we have level 1 certification ready to go, level 2 is coming quickly behind. And what this really does is position us to engage in more embedded efforts, systematic efforts, training. This is the kind of certification that, especially for our students who either are going into a job or in their transfer to a 4-year institution, have a highly employable, marketable skill to take with them. So while it's also improving our own writing program at the colleges, I love the fact that it's a training and a certification that students get to take with them once they leave Berkeley City College. And lastly, just wanted to share that next Tuesday, June 30th, in the morning hour, we're still confirming if it's going to be 9 to 10 a.m. or 10 to 11 a.m. Berkeley City College will be hosting a town hall where we're just providing an opportunity for our campus community to come together, get a variety of updates, really trying to err on the side of open communication. And so had the opportunity to connect with constituency groups as part of our shared governance discussion practices to establish what that agenda will look like. So once we have finalized that, please know that you're welcome, and I invite you to join us next week for that town hall. And that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to begin my report by formally welcoming Mr. Ernesto Neri to Merritt College. He is our new Director of Financial Aid, and he brings nearly 20 years of experience in student affairs and a 15-year background working in financial aid. Most recently, he was at Pasadena City College as the Assistant Director of Financial Aid, and San Bernardino Valley College as a financial aid director. But more interestingly, several years ago, he was the financial aid supervisor at Merritt College. So we are ecstatic to have him back home. Speaking of financial aid, our financial aid office continues to promote student success and access. We're very excited about our July 1st launch of Campus Logic. Now, Campus Logic, this is a new web-based portal that will streamline the process of submitting financial aid documents for our students and give them the option of submitting documents via the student portal without having to physically come on campus, which is important given our current situation. I'm also pleased to let you know that Dr. Lisa Webb is now part of the Merritt family, having recently assumed the role of the Dean of Counseling, Student Equity and Achievement. She comes from us from Chicago, but recently she served in Southern California as a Dean of Student Life at Riverside City College. She's also no stranger to the Bay Area, having been the interim Dean of Student Success at the College of Marin and served as the UC Berkeley Site Director at the Level Playing Field Institute in Oakland. I'm also very happy to share with you that, and this is a long time coming, so I'm very excited about this. On June 9th, representatives from the State Fire Marshal's Office and accreditation team, they completed their site visit and appraisal of Merit's fire science program. And under the thoughtful and diligent leadership of Chief Damon Simmons, he's the program director for fire sciences and EMT. We are thrilled to have received accreditation status. Merit College now takes its place as an accredited regional training provider, and we are recognized now by the California Department of Fire and Forestry, and we're looking forward to offering our first accredited fire academy in the fall. So that's a really big deal for us. So yes, I won't take the applause. Damon and his staff will take the applause. But finally, I just want to say congratulations to Tamil and Tim. We're wishing you all the success in the world. I'm trying to emulate some of the best attributes from each of you. Tamil, your enthusiasm and joy and commitment and passion for the school, being a fierce advocate. And Tim, if I can just maintain your sanity and coolness, and yeah, that's cool. That'll help me survive this very hectic post. But in all seriousness, gonna miss you. Don't be strangers, and know that you all are loved and appreciated. So I'll turn it over to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And then if I can go to Dr. Karras.
Sure. So I just have brief comments about the college. One, I just want to thank, I think, really all faculty, and probably at all 4 colleges, as the chancellor stated, is summer school launched successfully during a pandemic, and it's gone really well. And so that took a lot of work by a lot of people. And so I really want to thank them for all the work to serve our students again and have a really successful summer, which is numbers are up all over the place, which is great. And then also for some of our CE faculty in disciplines like dental and aviation and diesel, they had special programming this summer. It was just ended also for those students who needed hours they can continue to get their credits for their courses, because it did require some hands-on face-to-face meetings. And so that also went really successfully. The faculty were champions of safety protocols, and so we learned so much from them. So it's great. So we'll be much more prepared for fall and for next spring. And then finally, I feel like I'm leaving a little bit of a baby, that new building. It's almost at its birth, so I'm like leaving 2 months early. But it's almost there. Furniture is being delivered. I saw a furniture truck and I saw shrubbery. And so in construction, when shrubbery comes, you're close to the end. And so plants are arriving. So it's really exciting. So please invite me back sometime in the fall for if there is some type of ribbon cutting. I really would like to go in the building once it's finished. Thank you.
So I'll guess that I go next, Chancellor. So
all right, Dr. Gilkerson, thank you.
Thank you for having to do it. So I join Dr. Johnson in congratulating and letting you all know that we've hired a financial aid director as well at Eleni College. Mr. Ronnie Lewis started on June 15th and has hit the ground running. He brings a breadth of institutional experience as an educator, both serving in higher education and K through 12, and came to us actually from his role as an assistant director of financial aid at the University of California, Davis School of Law, and then also had work as a financial aid officer at the Los Rios Community College District. So we're really proud and thrilled to have him with us. But really what I'm also proud to announce tonight is that the Emmy-nominated Netflix original series Last Chance U will premiere its 5th and final season on July 28th, focused on Laney College. Almost exactly, a year ago, you, the Board of Trustees, trusted me and the team at Laney to approve our recommendation to open our campus community to share the stories of our student athletes and highlight the dedicated faculty and staff who show their daily commitment to teaching, counseling, coaching, and encouraging the innate abilities of our students to meet their personal and academic goals. And I'm going to share very quickly a 30-second thing with you. So here we go.
Friday night in the town, ain't nothing better.
I thought I was done with football. I was just working, just making minimum wage.
There's dudes on this team that are coming from fucking nothing. If you weren't playing football, you wouldn't be going to college.
I'm gonna play in the NFL. I'm gonna go at football the hardest I can until I can't do it anymore.
That's when I came to Laney.
John Beam, a legend now in his 8th season as the head coach, 40 years coaching football.
Football is about family. So every year, everything starts all over again. A whole new family.
Family on 3, 1, 2, 3. Family!
So that is, tonight, Coach Beam came forward with 2 of our outstanding student athletes who shared the success transferring to Oregon and UC Berkeley, and shared what I come before you tonight to highlight. Providing instruction services and programs like the ones we have in athletics is the very best of our team, our Laney Familia, our district Familia. Bringing you that recommendation for you to approve that agreement was a collective effort, as John sort of told you all. That was Erica Curls-Bartling. I'm sorry she got off the line. Janelle Walker, who helped support and look at our agreement. It's the faculty members who will be highlighted and taught: Roger Chung, Dr. Angela Cherry, Greg Schwartz, Judy Juanita, Douglas Cobb, our counselor. It's everybody on staff: Gary Albury, Glenn Pace, Kanetta Barnett, Amy Marshall, Royal Roberts, who helps, our custodians who actually make sure that we're looking at risk and assessing it. And it is really the outstanding staff and our coaching staff. And I know I don't have much time to name them all, but Josh, Jeff, Donald, Dicko, Derek, Brian, Kevin, Casey, Robert, Nate, Brian, Antoine, Rick Becker, our trainer, Dr. Eisno, our physician, and really the illustrious and amazing Sakai Metcalf, who is phenomenal program coordinator, staff assistant for the area, and certainly John Beam. While we will gain national attention with the launch of Last Chance U, and I believe it is the reflection of the spirit and commitment at Laney, it is not lost on me that we have also recently received national attention this weekend as well, for reasons you are all aware of and I have written about. There is work to be done. This work is deep and connected. This work is painful and necessary. It must be our collective work to invest in our students and each other simultaneously. And so while I won't be here when the season launches, I have no idea what the season will show. I haven't seen the previews yet. I just want you all to know how much I am rooting for Laney and Peralta and all of us together. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Gilkison. And Trustee Bonilla, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Congratulations. There's so much congratulations. There's confetti. I just want you all to know there's confetti all over my house right now, okay? Yes. Yes. And I'm so sorry my video is not working tonight. So I've been on my phone, but I can see all of you on my computer and you all look amazing. So thank you for that. Encouraging, congratulations, all that good stuff. And let me move a little bit quicker. I'm going to move to consent. Can I have a motion to adopt consent, please?
So moved.
Been moved, and I need a second. Thank you. Can I have roll call on that?
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez, Yuan? Trustee Gonzalez, Yuan? You're connecting? I'll get back to you. Trustee Weinstein?
He's in the chat. Trustee Gonzalez Yuan is a yes.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
Trustee Weinstein is a yes in the chat.
Thank you. Trustee Napoli Abella Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Chancellor, on item 10.1, which is the approval of the budget, can we table that for our next meeting? And yes.
I'll have to ask VC Walter to speak on this. I think that we put the tentative budget on for this agenda so that we could continue to do the work and pay the bills. VC Walter, are you there? Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Chancellor. Yes, we would need to consider approval of the tentative budget this evening so that we might continue to operate as a district in terms of so.
VC, I'm sorry, Chancellor.
Go ahead, Trustee Reese.
Sure, Chancellor Stroud. There's an executive order from Chancellor Oakley, and I believe the executive order is 2020-06 that was sent out May 13 that actually allows districts to, because of all that's going on and because we don't know what the budgets are going to really look like, it allows the districts to adopt a tentative budget and forward a copy to the appropriate county officer through August 1st, 2020. And so there are a few other districts too that have not actually approved a tentative budget because of this particular executive order.
VC Walter.
Oh, thank you, Chancellor. The board would have to adopt a resolution in that case because Peralta Community College District is not able to continue to do transactions. They don't have spending authority as of July 1st. Without that, that would mean, as far as I understand, that would mean that resolution would have been needed to be approved before July 30th. Sorry, excuse me, June 30th. And
so, Chancellor, sorry, go ahead. Continue, please, VC Walter.
No, that I can stop there.
So, Chancellor, what I'd like to do is, because we do need a full presentation on this, which is what was expected for this evening, but perhaps if we can do a special meeting to adopt a resolution, so that way we can go ahead and table this item, knowing that we'd adopt a special resolution. Does that work for you?
Sure, I'll have Brenda pull together a special meeting. We'll pull the resolution together. VC Walter, is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Fantastic. And so that moves us to our action item 10.2. And Trustee Gonzalez Yuan, do you have a motion for my items in action?
I'd like to move all action items as one group. So that's action, that's item 10.2. No, we already did 10.2. 10.3 through 10.9.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And we can do roll call if there are no further comments or deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
There is an item I want to pull, but I'm flipping screens and I had a question about it. So
Which
how
one?
do we, I have to flip back over to find it. I keep losing it. So can I just come back and add it? Because I have to find the number. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez, Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
She said yes.
Thank you. Trustee Napoli Bella Reese.
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll come back to Trustee Handy. Trustee,
Okay.
Handy, did you find that item?
Yes, it's 7.6.
That was in consent, but go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, on that one, we have College of Alameda. It says additional owner-initiated services required to address unforeseen conditions. That's $276,000. We've already done 1.3 million on unforeseen conditions. I wanted to know specifically what that was, and it was too hard for me to try to pull it out of that. So if you could just tell us what was the owner-initiated services and what are the unforeseen conditions?
Trustee Bonilla, would you like me to take that?
Yes, please, Chancellor.
Okay. And Trustee Handy, this was on 7.6. 7.6. Lisa Sata, can you speak to 7.6, please?
Sure, I can. So there's actually, I want to separate unforeseen from owner requested changes. So there's 3 specific items that are being requested here. The first one, let me start with the owner initiated changes. Those are a little easier to explain. The first one has to do with an additional 20 electronic locks, and at the head end that supports locks. That was a discussion with the president, who, in consultation with his team, felt that the electronic locking system would be better, and moreover, as a district standard, we're heading towards electronic locks, and they better fit the concept of total cost of ownership, because we don't have to hunt down the keys every time an employee leaves, for example, because electronic keys are much easier to make. That was the bulk of the change. That was $186,509. The second part was an electrical repair for the diesel technology project. Literally the day before school started, the president, Karis, called me and said that diesel tech building had no power. So we scrambled, we got a generator on site, and then we had to trace the location of the damage. And it turned out that it was in some underground piping that was going across the NCLA site. And so the best way to solve that, rather than bring in a new contractor, was to assign it to a specialty contractor who handled the work, but we gave the work essentially to the general contractor, because when a general contractor starts a project, they essentially are responsible for all the work within the fence line. So you can't just, as a district person, kind of have a second contractor walk through the site. So that was $32,000 worth of work. So those are the 2 district requests. The final resolution of several unforeseen underground conditions ties back to change order 2, which was approved before I arrived, probably a year and a half ago. There was, and I think you're aware of this, there was several underground unforeseen conditions related to the location of underground pipes. And most of that work was approved at that time, but there were several things that weren't resolved, and the pricing needed to be resolved. So the IOR and the general contractor and the architect, IOR means inspector of record, reviewed the documentation. They performed the work essentially on what we call a tag or a ticket, where we dispute the cost of the work, but while the work is undergoing, we have the inspector of record sign off on all the appropriate documentation. And when that was all finished, we had to have that reviewed by the inspector of record and the project management and construction management team. That was done, and this resolves all of those early changes to the underground work. And that was $57,000 roughly worth of costs. So that forms the basis for the change order number 7, which is $276,000.
Okay. So I do have a question on this. Building is beautiful. It's but the first unforeseen issues were underground issues, but those issues were actually documented in the facilities master plans. And if that had been caught by the project manager, we would not have had that because it said we couldn't do it. That work had to be done. So what I don't understand is how, after having to do a 1.3 to go back and revamp that area, how did we still miss this other piece underground? I'm missing who is checking this, who is reviewing the previous master plan where the architectural drawings state specifically what can and cannot be done. How do we keep from having these issues? They're said unforeseen, but they're actually not unforeseen. They were not picked up, but they were already documented. They were foreseen by the and they were foreseen, and they're actually in the master plans in the past. How do we keep from having this happen again and again? Because then we're between a rock and a hard place. So that's quite a bit of money, the first and the second one. But I'm still ticked off about the first one because that's a lot of 1.3 million is not something to play with. And this is not a fault of the campuses, but this goes back to DGS. How do we prevent this from happening again, or how we miss that? And if you don't have the answer, I would just like to hear at some other time. But how do we reconcile this? This is taxpayers' money. We have limited resources. I'm sure that money could be spent somewhere else if we weren't having these types of issues. And so when I saw this again, I thought we're still digging in the same spot, and how are we missing this? And I'd like just to know what we're going to put into place to make sure that as we transition and we turn over employees and all of that, that we don't build or anything without looking at the plans and things that we already have that tell us where we can and cannot dig.
So, well, the short story is that the plans that we have in the plan room are not going to be 100% accurate because the work that's done in the field, there are going to be underground things that we can't see that accrue over time, especially on old campuses. The best insurance that we can do ahead of time is we can do a little bit of assessment work before we actually, finish the designs, where we go out and what we call pothole, and we look to confirm what's shown on the drawings. But there will be areas, again, especially on old campuses, where we find these issues that we didn't know about before, or line was put in 2 feet from where we thought it was. It doesn't sound like a lot, but in a site, it could cause, challenges. I'm looking at
Chancellor, I'm sorry, Chancellor and VC Sada and Trustee Handy, I would like to offer that that in the presentation on maintenance and construction projects, which we tabled for our next meeting, that we move, that we address some of these issues, especially on this particular project, in that presentation. So that way we can all be satisfied. I feel that we have done ourselves our own disservice by not having this presentation. I think it's been on the calendar twice, and we really need this presentation. So we are going to prioritize the status of all maintenance and construction projects, because I think that will help all of us. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think there's a easy solution here, which is that we ensure that we have enough time to bring this item back. Mm-hmm. Chancellor, does that work?
Sure.
Thank you. And so with that, I would like to move us to 11.1 Board of Trustees reports. And I will start with Trustee Brown.
I'm going to pass in the interest of time.
Excuse me, you did arrange that webinar for CCLC, Trustee Brown?
Well, I got you to help me.
No.
All right, I've been called out. Okay, so in the effort to try and bring more responsiveness to the educational needs of our students, I'm working with CCLC on producing webinars on various issues. One of the issues that the issue we worked on most recently was, well, we do it every Thursday. These are still the Thursday webinars, and they have multiple issues. But one that I did produce along with Trustee Handy and Trustee Calhoun from Compton, and the student trustee, and another student from Southern California, another trustee from Southern California, was on structural racism and anti-Blackness, and how that affects us as trustees, what we can do to try and change that, how it affects our students, how it affects our campuses. We're also going to have another larger town hall on the issue because it actually went over. We didn't get a chance to finish. Really compelling. So that's going to be something else we're working on. And then on the national scale, I'm working with ACCT on getting a equity action agenda, but not just that, but the toolkit so that trustees can actually look at data and make sure that the policies that we adopt at the trustee level are implemented so that we can make a change rather than sort of pushing the deck chairs around, but actually make a change in the way that we serve our students so that we could be more effective in delivering education and erase the equity gap, not just close the equity gap, but that we don't have to abide by the continuing legacies of injustice. We could actually erase the equity gap, and I feel it's incumbent upon us to do so. So I've been volunteering to draft trainings and produce webinars on that, and Linda gets drafted because I have her phone number and she's good at it.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Trustee Brown. Trustee Withrow.
I'd just like to wish our two departing presidents good fortune in their future endeavors, and to thank them for all of their broad range of contributions to the Peralta family. They're excellent leaders, excellent executives, and look forward to seeing them at the future California conventions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Trustee Weinstein.
Thank you. I'm going to try to speak a little bit. I want to thank Drs. Gilkison and Dr. Tim Karras for the work that you've done. You have brought pride, excitement, and dignity to Peralta and the specific colleges that you have been presidents of. And my heart is broken. I am sad that you both are leaving because you have really helped to raise Peralta and to make people feel good about the district. So I'm sad about it, but I want to thank you both for doing the work that you've done. You're both amazing presidents. And I want to thank Trustee Brown and Trustee Handy for doing the work that you both do continuously for racism. And I appreciate it and I learned from it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Handy.
Well, I'm going to miss Tamil and Tim. Tim, does that mean I'm going to lose my front row seats at the fashion runway show? You'll put in a word for me, okay? Tamil, I will see you at the other conferences. It's just been a joy and a pleasure knowing you both and watching you grow And it's always bittersweet when our presidents leave us or when our employees and they move on. But I'm excited for the new adventure that's coming for you. So both you'll be missed, but I look forward to seeing you when we all reconvene and start seeing each other at the conferences. For the past few weeks, or I guess longer, I've been working on Tuesdays and Thursdays at Occur with Merritt College with the food handouts. And that's why I'm so tired today, because we get there at 11:30, we set up the tables, it is hot, we set up the tents. And it's crazy because even though Doris Hankins, other faculty members from and student leaders from Merritt come in and help as well, but everybody's running around with a phone or an iPad on Zoom calls at the same time that they are working there. But we managed to give out about 500 meals. And starting last Thursday, we also had, I think, maybe 180 produce boxes. There's a lot of food giveaways that are going on. And if you're not sure what's going on in the area where your students are, check with your congressperson's office or Alameda County offices, because there's a lot of food, laptops, groceries, and people really, really are in need. But I tell you, it really keeps me connected with our students and remembering why we do all of this. It's because of them. So great job, Merritt College. Great job, Occur, and congratulations to you too.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Reese?
Hi there. I'll also keep mine very concise, very quick. Just a very sentimental farewell to Tamil and to Tim. It's been my honor and my pleasure to see the work that you both have done, only for the past year and a half, or almost 2 years at this particular point. But both of your dedication, your work, and your ethos have become clearly a part of your colleges, both the colleges, the students, the faculty, the staff that you've worked with, that you've helped shape. And it's just been an honor to have played a part and to have seen the work that you two have done. And you will be sorely missed. But Peralta is changed because of both of your work and impact, and the colleges that you will both go to are very, very fortunate. So just a big virtual hug to the two of you. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I believe we have lost Trustee Gonzalez. Is this true? Is he off of the call? I believe so. So I will echo all of the sentiments of my fellow trustees. And also a heartfelt thank you to both Dr. Gilkerson and to Dr. Karras. You're both absolutely amazing. You have definitely left your legacy here at your colleges, and that's exciting for us. So thank you. Thank you for your unconditional love and support and dedication, and years of just unrelentless support for your students, for your faculty, for your staff. Amazing, amazing, amazing. How lucky for the two colleges who have brought you, who have taken you away from us, and now you get to spread some of that amazing, amazing talent to your other campuses and to those students. Very lucky for them, and honored to have had you both here for the time that you have been here. So with that, I want to move into announcements. Madam Vice President.
Our next board meeting will be, I don't have my announcements in front of me, my apologies. It's on a different computer now.
July 14th.
Thank you. That will be our next board meeting. And those are the only announcements for the evening. President.
Well, thank you for that. That will adjourn our meeting. Thank you, everyone. And have a next lovely 3 minutes of the rest of today.
Good night, everyone.
Trustee Bonilla. Trustee Bonilla, wait. Just a reminder that you have to reconvene back in the closed session.
Oh,
we do?
Yeah.
So all you lovely trustees, you should have pulled the Trustee Gonzalez. So good night, everyone else, and we're reconvening closed session.
I'm taking the iPad up to bed. Yeah. I've got 17%, guys. We got to hurry it up.
Okay, so
do we get back on our previous URL?
You have to go back to your previous URL so that you can have a closed session.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. See you guys.
Okay.